It's already.
Done.
Morning, team. Mama, lunch. Nothing that you want to do. We don't want to be listening or guiding. Then, we don't need to worry about us. Because the room is for a bedroom. Mm. Mm. What about the soul? Engeri gye nalabyewo engeri gye waliwo wasobola okukola ki okukozesa naye agenda tubasaagade ekyale ate nga munda omwo mwali badde omulunyi omumusekiwa mungeri gyammwe mwakalabiro
Badde agamba ku ntandikwa y'ekyombe.
mugamba kyeyo kale
Wali naye era n'angamba nti
naye naye omwana wange oyo naye akumalako emirembe yagenze ate gyo was it Monday Tuesday yaliwo ne baggulawo awo kati ekisumuluzo ye yakikwata tamanyi nti olumu tuba tukyagala era kimugyawo ekisumuluzo kyewe amukubiriza mugambe Francis you bring that key. That key is not owned by the project. That key is for the institute. Hello, Francis.
Yes, doctor.
If you want to be with peace, give me that key of that room.
When you have to be with peace.
If you want to be with peace.
Doctor, always I've been wanted to be with peace.
Yes, if you want to be with peace, that key of that room, give it to me.
So now the challenge is
because that room, you see, we are using it. We have planned a meeting there today at midday. So nze bampa ekisumuluzo kya multimedia studio ya CTF1 n'ekiddiza BBCF&A because it was now removing a piece on me because nali sibeera eri naye nga n'okukola ki kirekera babeerayo. Yes, so n'olwekyo if you want peace leave that key because otherwise oidawuna kuncho wejire na mayingo oje mu gold bakubira esimu ate atasobola fa mu gold.
That is it. I'm not around Kampala. And by the time I'm planning to be in Kampala, I'm done the meeting game.
Yes, I knew the best thing to do is if you want peace. We need it.
You need to have that key.
You need to leave. You need to get out of that key. These are university things.
Yeah, then doctor, but now there was no one shown us the garage.
I twetaaga tukole ki tube with that so that tusobole okuba okola ebintu byaffe buti bakola installations baata mu Uganda.
Doctor?
Baata ku connection dona The only
Yeah,
thing I
that-
think sound yonka naina problem.
yeah, sound your kind of problem.
Yes. Kali, but for us, we can configure that atom. I think we done it data controller, then I will add another camera just to see how it works. Testing atom mini eriko bulungi, but ejja kubwangezira sound. I think I can also put a PA just to test whether it's working very well.
Okay, doctor.
Yeah. So, but you do what? You unleash that key. Give us the key. Kali.
All right, doctor.
Very good. Nekasaga nti yampa link eriko sente za Kajubi. Mayambereza promoting wa sente za Kajubi. Hello?
Adigamba muting oyitamu eno.
Okay. Kati nekira
Yeah, please enable video.
My God, my Lord.
You are welcome to the construction of Uganda University Library. There are few administrative announcements which I want to make as people keep on settling. Number one is we are using the washroom on the first floor. You take the stairs up. It is on your left-hand side. Secondly, we have provided Wi-Fi here. And the Wi-Fi name is CUUL 5G. CUUL 5G. And the password is CUUL in capital letters, that is CUUL at 123. I can say that again. The Wi-Fi name is CUUL 5G. And the password is CUUL, CUUL at 123. It's only it is only the password. So I have reminded that it is only C, which is the capital, the rest are small letters. That means the password should be capital C, small u, L at 123. Please make sure you have registered as you before you put your seat. Thank you so much for coming. In a short while, we are going to get started. Thank you.
You are great, so great. We worship you, Lord, King of kings and Lord of lords. Oh, so great you are, doing marvelous things. Everything about you, yeah. Thank you, Jesus. You're the reason I live. You're the air that I breathe. Spirit comes over the earth with power in your word. We exalt thee in our worship. God of all the earth, Alpha Omega, Adonai, we bow before thee. Chukwuanile, Yes, Apataya, you're the God of all the earth. You're awesome. Ibela, Odiranya, Nagi, Imela, Narakalo, Imela, Odiranya, Nagi, Imela, Narakalo, the ends of the earth. To the ends of the sea. Spirit comes over the earth. Almighty, Almighty, softly in our worship. God of all the earth, Alpha Omega, oh, we bow, our Father, yeah, hey, hey, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 see it. Lord, we bow. Oh, Father. Oh, it's me. Oh,
Members, once again, you are most welcome to the third annual research dissemination conference of CUUL. We, like I had earlier mentioned, we have provided Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi name is CUUL 5G, and the password is capital CUUL at 123. Very soon, we are also going to provide a conference booklet in a short while. Thank you so much. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the representative of Vice Chancellor. You are not welcome, sir.
Hello, 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 hello. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Hello, hello. One two. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, with humility, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of our keynote speaker, that is Professor Peter Kakiti. You are most welcome, Prof. In the same vein, allow me to take this opportunity to recognize the presence of the University Librarian, Makerere University, Professor Nalo Magaruf. Prof, you are most welcome. Thank you so much. We are just going to start in a short while.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello, hello, hello. 1 2. 1 2. Check, check, check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Yes. 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2. 1 2.
CUUL production.
I would like to take this opportunity once again to welcome all of you in your various capacities. I also politely request that the central area is enough, so please let's sit in this other central area. At this time, I would like politely to request the representative of the Vice Chancellor, the University Librarian of Makerere University, the keynote speaker, Professor Katiti Peter, to come and take their seats up here. Thank you. Thank you so much. In just 1 or 2 minutes, we are going to start. And the conference booklets will also be supplied just in a moment. We appreciate your patience. Like I had earlier mentioned, we have provided Wi-Fi, and the username is CUUL 5G. And the password to that Wi-Fi is capital C, UUL at 123. Thank you so much. The washrooms are just up. You take the stairs up. That's where our washroom, which we are going to use for our 2 days staying here. I thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize the presence of the Executive Chairperson, Consortium of Uganda University Libraries, and Rojolong. You are most welcome.
your goodness and your faithfulness each day. I'm convinced that nothing can be worthy to receive the kind you give. But I'm grateful for your mercy. And I'm grateful for your grace. Choice. I have come to say this.
Who am I, Lord?
Who am I to sing your praises?
Who am I to worship you, Lord?
Who
Oh,
am I to worship you?
yeah.
It's your love that leads me.
And made a way.
Nobody's time into you.
I will sing your song, Lord.
Never sing your song.
Yeah. He's the reason.
It's the reason
And I bless your name. My God, my Lord. The Lord of Lords. You are great, yes, you are Holy One. Walk upon the sea, great that great in majesty, mighty God.
Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Professor J.N. Musoke. You are most welcome, Prof. We are now fully constituted. Without wasting time, we are going to start our program. We are already behind schedule. My name is Ronald Izaruku. I work at Lira University as a librarian. We shall be moderating this program together with my colleague.
Good morning. My name is Julian Nakanwaji Bukenya, and I'm the librarian at Luigi Giussani Institute of Higher Education. It's nice to see you all.
Without wasting time, we would like to invite the Vice Executive Chairperson to come and lead us in an opening prayer. Dr. Namugura Lydia, you are most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's humble ourselves for a word of prayer. The Bible says in the book of Ephesians, chapter 6 and verse 18, that pray at all times on all occasions. Let's humble ourselves. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we come before you in accordance with your word. We want to thank you so much for the gift of a new day. Thank you so much for preserving our lives to see this gift. And we want to thank you so much for the journey mercies you accorded to each of us to be here safely. We want to thank you, Lord, for allowing us to convene together, learn, grow together. And Father, we commit everything that is going to be done in these 2 days in your hands. We acknowledge that you are the source of wisdom, guidance, and understanding. We pray, Lord, that you come and guide us. We pray, Lord, that you come and help us so that everything we are going to deliberate on, Lord, gives you glory. We pray for all the service providers. May they do everything they are going to do for your glory. And Father, as we leave this place to go back to our respective destinations, we pray, Lord, that you will accord us the same journey mercies that you gave to us to arrive here safely. We want to thank you so much because after everything has been said and done, all the glory and honor are going to return to you. In the mighty name of Jesus, we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lydia Namugera. The second item on our agenda, we are going to have the national anthem. I request we stand for it. Thank you. Thank you. We can take our seat. I would like to appeal to all members that these areas here have not been reserved. Please, let's take the middle part. There are also power sockets here. Before I invite the chairperson organizing committee, allow me to recognize various university librarians who are with us here. Dr. Lee State, the university librarian of Chambogo University, is with us. Doctor, you are most welcome. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Deputy University Librarian of Makerere University, Dr. Ongaya Kizito. Doctor, you are most welcome. I have also seen the head librarian of Uganda Matters University Library, Judith Nanozi. Judith, you are most welcome. Thank you so much. At this time, without wasting time, I would like to take this opportunity to invite the chairperson, organizing committee, to come and give her remarks. Thank you. Dr. Sarah Nakaziwa, you are most welcome.
Distinguished guests, presenters, speakers, and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sarah Nakaziba, and I'm the head librarian at Aga Khan University. On behalf of the conference organizing committee, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the third annual Research Dissemination Consortium of Uganda University Libraries CUUL conference. But before I start, I would like to invite my team. Where is my team? So this is the team which is behind this. I'll introduce them. We have Dr. Lydia Namgera, Dr. Ongaya Kizito, Dr. Agnes Namaganda, Dr. Mary Achanit, Martha Liaka, Barbara Alago, Anguji Boniface, Drake Tamale, and Edward. Bosco Bruger. Others are still busy, but it was a big team. We were 12 in number. Thank you so much. So on behalf of my committee, I would like to express our gratitude to every one of you for joining us today. Your presence shows the importance of collaboration and knowledge sharing among the LIS. They have left. They have left me up here. They need to know that I am speaking on behalf of the committee and I want you guys to be recognized. That's why I want you here. Thank you. So this year's conference theme is transforming libraries and information services for sustainable development. And this theme reflects our commitment to harnessing the power of libraries and other information services to drive progress, innovation, and sustainability in our communities. Over the next 2 days, we have put together a program that features keynote address, paper presentations. We shall have a panel discussion. Sponsors will also be given a chance to present, and then among others. Our speakers are presenters that we know. They are all well known in this field, and we look forward to an exciting discussion, insightful debates, and meaningful networking opportunities. Through this conference, CUUL has offered scholars or researchers an opportunity to share their knowledge and also their findings so as to advance practice in the LIS field. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the contribution of various people who have done so much the success of this conference. And I would allow me to start with my committee, the third annual CUUL Conference Planning Committee. Members, your tireless efforts and support has made this day possible. And I would like to thank you for your dedication and your service to CUUL, and also for making this day a reality. Thank you so much for moving the journey with me. At one point, we were calling ourselves Team No Sleep, because at 1 p.m., you would see people still discussing the conference. Yeah, this has not worked out, this. So we're calling ourselves Team No Sleep. But I'm very happy that you have moved with me up to the end. And I don't take that for granted. Allow me to extend our gratitude to our sponsors and partners. These include Silicon Overdrive, Silda, Wiley, EBSCO, Elsevier, Emerald, Taylor and Francis, Clarivet, Renu, Wulia, Uganda Library and Information Science Association, and the Makerere University Business School. We thank you so much for your generous support towards the conference and for also believing in CUUL. Your financial contribution has been so instrumental in making this conference a reality, and it has given us an opportunity to give a platform for sharing knowledge and networking. Thank you so much, our sponsors and partners. We would also like to acknowledge various institutions that have sponsored their staff to attend this conference. Thank you so much for investing in the professional development of your employees. On the same note, I would like to acknowledge my university, Aga Khan University, where Drake Tamale and myself work. Thank you so much. I'd also like to recognize my boss, our boss, Professor Peter Gatiti. Thank you so much for supporting us and also for giving us an opportunity to serve CUUL and also to serve the LIS field in Uganda. I would also like to extend our warm welcome to the paper presenters. We appreciate your time and effort that you have put in crafting your papers, and also, you know, always being there responding to reviewers' feedback. Thank you so much. And on that note, I would like to thank the review committee, which was headed by Dr. Agnes Namaganda. We have some already here. We are very grateful for the work that you have done. And I would like to inform you that the work is not yet done. We are still going to give you these papers to review and make them better for publication. However, we thank you so much for the work that you have put in. Thank you for serving CUUL. We would like, in a special way, to thank the keynote speaker for allowing to set the tone with us. With his presentation, he was going to share his experience and knowledge regarding the conference theme. Professor, we are very grateful. The committee would also like to acknowledge and appreciate the guest of honor. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation and also for taking off time of your busy schedule to come and be with us. Your participation in this conference is very valuable. We are very grateful. Would like to also extend our gratitude to Makerere University for hosting this conference. Thank you so much for your generous support and offering us the facility. We are very grateful for the warm hospitality that Makerere has accorded to us. Thank you so much. Lastly, we would like to appreciate the CUUL Executive Committee. Thank you so much for trusting my committee. I'm calling them my committee, with the organization of the conference. We appreciate the trust and confidence that you have put in us. I hope we have delivered. I wish you all a wonderful time of networking and collaboration for excellency. Thank you. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Executive Chair, CUUL, Mr. Andrew Ojulong. You are most welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. My name is Andrew Ojulong, the Executive Chairman, Consortium of Uganda University Libraries. Our chief guest, Professor Maria Musoke, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, represented by the Director, Quality Assurance, the University Librarian, Professor Ruth Nalmaga, head librarians present, the keynote speaker, Professor Gatiti, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and participants. It is my greatest pleasure to welcome you to the CUUL Third Annual Conference under the theme Transforming Libraries and Information Services for Sustainable Development. This theme could not be more relevant as libraries are at the heart of offering knowledge dissemination, driving innovation, and ensuring equitable access to information. Our gathering today provides an opportunity to explore how libraries can leverage emerging technologies, particularly the fourth industrial revolution, and ensure equitable access to information, which is vital for achieving global and national development goals. As the chief convener of this year's conference, I'm confident that you will have a wonderful experience On that note, I would like to take this moment to recognize the incredible people who have brought this event to life. They have just been here. I thank the chairperson, organizing committee, Dr. Sarah Nakaziba, and her dedicated team, including Dr. Lydia Namugera, Dr. Mary Achanit, Dr. Agnes Namaganda, Ms. Barbara Alago, Ms. Michelle Komjuni, Dr. Kizito Ongaya, Mr. Bosco Buruga, Mr. Director Male, Mr. Boniface Angugi, Mr. Moses Odeke Osamai, and all reviewers, presenters, panelists, and moderators of this momentous occasion. Your commitment and hard work are deeply appreciated. A special thank you goes to our gracious host, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, and the University Librarian, Professor Ruth Nalmaga. You have been extremely generous to CUUL and its stakeholders. To all our participants and partners, we thank you for your participation. Let us seize this opportunity to engage, collaborate, and inspire one another as we work together to transform Uganda's libraries into catalysts for cutting-edge research, innovation, and sustainable development. A special thank you to EBSCO, SILDA, Emerald Publishing, Elsevier, Claravite, Taylor and Francis, Ulia, Renu, and Makerere University. Your support has been invaluable in making this event possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Chairperson, for such a wonderful presentation. I would like to take this opportunity once again to invite you to come and invite the university librarian of Makerere University to invite the Vice Chancellor's representative. Please, Chairperson, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to take the singular duty to invite the University Librarian, Makerere University, Professor Ruth Nalmaga, to invite the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, to make his remarks. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Person CUUL. My deputy called me the LC1 chairperson. So I'll do what the LC chairpersons do. So I take this opportunity once again to welcome all our guests from Uganda and beyond, our sponsors and all our service providers. Welcome to Uganda. Welcome to Makerere University. I wish to thank CUUL, the chairperson, the committees, and the organizing committee for such a wonderful organization of this event. So I'll now take the opportunity to invite the representative of our Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, to give his opening remarks. The Vice Chancellor is not around. The Deputy Vice Chancellor lost somebody, but they are all ably represented by the Director of Quality Assurance, Dr. Cyprian Misinde.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here once again. This is my second time to get opportunity to launch, to open a CUUL conference. Maybe very soon I will also become a member of CUUL. So I'm here representing the Vice Chancellor, and I was given a speech. I'm going to read it verbatim. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third annual Research and Dissemination Conference for the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries. We are pleased to host you at Makerere University. You have arrived during a time of renewal as our iconic main building, the Ivory Tower, has been restored after the fire in 2020. We thank the government of Uganda for this restoration. I extend my gratitude to the consortium for organizing this significant event focused on sharing and disseminating knowledge. As information professionals, it is crucial to engage in and build capacity for knowledge generation and dissemination. We also thank our service providers and sponsors, Emerald, Elsevier, Silda, Wille, and Clivet for their participation in this conference. We look forward to continuing our collaboration in sustainable and amicable manner. Library consortia exist in various regions and disciplines. When we think of CUUL, we recall the early 2000s when Makerere University entered the digital era with the help of our development partners, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency. This period marks the beginning of our access to electronic resources, leading to the formation of the consortium. Over the past 2 decades, CUUL has grown in membership, strength, and strategic direction, encompassing all professional and academic levels. I am pleased that research dissemination brings us together today. As Makerere University has become a research-led institution, it is fitting that the consortium chose Makerere University as the venue for discussing research and new developments. In the next 2 days, we will discuss information needs, digital and information literacies, and emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence in libraries. We must find progressive and ethical ways to adopt and use AI in our institutions. I wish you productive discussions over the next 2 days. As a consortium and as information institutions in higher education, it is vital to contribute to the achieving global goals. I am pleased that this aligns with the theme you have chosen, transforming libraries and information services for sustainable development. I thank you very much. Signed, VC Makerere University. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another round of applause. Okay, so next we're going to have our keynote speaker, Professor Gatiti. But before Professor Gatiti makes his way to the podium, I'd like to introduce him a little bit. Thank you. So Professor Gatiti serves as the Associate Vice Provost and University Librarian at Aga Khan University, where he manages a global network of 12 libraries across 6 countries, including Pakistan, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. His responsibilities include overseeing the strategic development of the libraries and advancing their role in education and research. He holds a PhD in Information Systems from the University of Bolton and an MSc in Information Systems from Leeds Metropolitan University. He also holds a bachelor's in Library and Information Science from Loughborough University in UK. He is a chartered manager from the Chartered Management Institute of UK and a fellow of the Mortenson Charter for International Library Programs at the University of Illinois, United States of America. He has held previous positions in the information sector at the Mid Yorkshire Teaching NSH Trust, UK, and at the University of Leeds, UK. He is a visiting professor at the School of Information Science, University of Kentucky, USA, where he teaches a course on information in society. Beyond his work at Aga Khan University, Professor Gatiti is deeply involved in professional associations. He serves as the chairperson of the Kenya Library Association, KLA. He is also the chair of the Standing Conference of Eastern, Central, and Southern African Library and Information Associations, SCESCO, and he is also the standing committee member of the International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions, IFLA. His research interests include information science, knowledge management, systematic reviews, evidence-based practice, and bibliomatic analysis. Professor Gatiti, you're welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. Great. So she has read my wrong bio, but in short, I'm Peter, known as Peter the Librarian. You know, we had John the Baptist. So back at home, I'm known as Peter the Librarian. I bring to you greetings from Kenya, particularly from the Kenya Library Association, and also from your sister consortia, known as CRISC. Mumesipokea? Asante. So now, before I start, I would like to thank our guest of honor, who happens to be my mentor and my great friend, Professor Maria Musoke. When I arrived back to East Africa way back in 2010, she is among those who welcomed me and gave me a briefing, professional briefing of not only how to behave, but how to become a great scholar, and I've followed those footsteps keenly. Thank you, Prof. It's always a pleasure. I'm also excited to meet my sister, the University Librarian Makerere. I was last with her in IFRA in Rotterdam, and it's always a pleasure when we meet fellow colleagues because that's how knowledge is exchanged. So thank you very much, my sister. And also, I'm happy to meet the representative of the VC of Makerere. It's always fascinating being in Makerere. The beauty of Makerere fascinates me. I was last year in 2020 when I had come to facilitate a workshop on bibliometric analysis. And CUUL and I have had a long-term relationship. I do remember in 2022, there was also a similar conference and I presented, but that was virtually. So thank you very much, VC. It's always a pleasure. And I would also like to acknowledge 4 members, senior colleagues from Makerere University, professors, all of them, as we speak, are in my university at the Aga Khan University from benchmarking. They are from the health sciences, and I got a chance to spend 2 hours with them. And that knowledge exchange is ongoing. Thank you very much, sir. I'm also pleased to recognize our chair, because without the chairs, can such a thing be happening? And we can all see how articulate he is. I even felt challenged that I forgot to put something here. So next time, Bwana Chair, I promise you that I will behave. With that, the topic for today is sustainable development and the role that we can play in it. And Sarah warned me, because he knows I talk a lot, that Prof, I've given you only 25 minutes. I don't know where Sarah is. So Sarah, in case you see I'm going overboard, just make sure you remind me not to go beyond 25 minutes. So the first slide really is setting the tone in terms of sustainable development. And wherever you see all papers on this topic, the work of Bruton of 1987 is the one that kind of kicked off the sustainable development, which basically looking at what is there for us today and thinking about the future, so that when we are out of this world, people who will come after us may also get something green to enjoy, like the greenery of Makerere, isn't it? Great. So there is a saying in terms of societal impact, if you have seen further than others, it is by standing upon the shoulders of giants. That is Isaac Newton. And what we mean is, we cannot avoid, when we think of societal impact of sustainable development, to bring up on board international bodies like the United Nations and IFRA. Then they would set the standards, sometimes guidelines, which we adopt as countries. And with that, then those guidelines, we set them in our respective libraries so that we are able to adhere to the best practice. Therefore, it is inevitable for the next 20 minutes, I will be using some slides or concepts which are international in nature, but localizing them in the context of our country, Uganda. So the IFRA, International Federation of Library Associations, in terms of the thinking of the best way for us to address SDGs, they came up with what we call IFRA map of the library, of the world, library map of the world. The good thing with this map, it gives us equal opportunities so that a library in Uganda can tell the story about their sustainable development the same way a library in Australia, Germany, or other countries in Europe might tell that story. Within IFRA website, if you put librarymap.ifra.org/stories, and these lines, I think the Secretariat will be making them available to you, you get various SDG stories. The purpose of those SDG stories, because they are librarians driven, is to motivate us so that we can ask ourselves only one question. If a particular country have given their story about SDG using a certain example, why not a similar library in Uganda? What is so unique in that library that we are not doing in Uganda that our stories are not appearing there? And then the next set of things to challenge ourselves, and that's where we challenge the chairperson of Uganda Library Information Associations, just like the same way I challenge myself. And to an extent, we challenge executive chair of CUUL, whose responsibility is it to tell that story? And if the responsibilities are among us, who might play that coordinating role of reminding us that, colleagues, it seems to me there is this great story coming from this university, which is aligned to the SDGs, we feel you can share, and as the Secretariat, we are able to profile it for you. So when it comes to our profession and the sustainable development goals, access to information is a human right. Equitable access to information, where you are getting that information regardless of whether you are commuting or picking it up from the most remote parts of Uganda, is a human right. Information is vital to support evidence-based decisions, because decisions that are made without information backing them cannot stand the time. So SDG 16 is the one where we flourish, and I will be discussing more about it towards the end of these lines. So then, how can we promote sustainability? Basically, in our communities, and the communities means where we live and where we work. We know we spend most of our days or most of our time in our places of work. So we embrace sustainability within our communities, within our profession, which is library profession, library and information science profession, and in our professional organizations, such as CUUL. Now, let me, just for the sake of reminding you, I will not take you through the 17 SDGs, but what I would like to remind you is this goals are 17 with 169 targets, 232 indicators. However, to me, this is important because when I look at the SDGs, which are 17 and 169 targets, 19 specific targets are addressing matters to do with access to information. So then, if someone asks me a question as a librarian, do we have a role in sustainable development goals? I would say yes, because we have 19 SDG targets which are related to access to information, and that is where we belong. I will showcase some of those. The first one being goal number 1, no poverty. Libraries support this goal by providing access to information, training. We ought to talk about information literacy, instruction skills, including health information, and providing people with opportunities to improve their lives. From the map of libraries, we have examples from Kenya, South Africa, and Chile, and India. I try where practically possible to use Africa for these stories, but we are not doing as good. We are actually achieving this, but we seem not to be telling our stories so that we can also be appearing on the map. However, should someone ask me, now that you've told us about goal number 1, no poverty, how is Uganda contributing to that? For the last 5 years, I picked up to 2023 because 2024 is still ongoing. Uganda has had 1,113 publications which are aligned. The term here is aligned to SDG 1. And over there, we are able to see the ranking of which universities have produced majority. And I know you might tell me London School of Hygiene is not in Uganda, but the answer I would give you is your scholars in Uganda have published with scholars who are aligned in London, and that's why it is appearing there. The next slide is zero hunger. Libraries provide people with access to research and data on crops, market, etc. Again, with an example, we have South Africa, where a library gives rural farmers access to ICT skills and support to grow their businesses. If I go within districts of Uganda, I would find the libraries are doing exactly the same. So here is an issue of picking those stories where they are sitting and taking them to where they rightfully belong, to IFRA library map, so that Uganda's stories can also flourish over there. However, in terms of Uganda's as a country contribution, between 2017 and 2023, we produced 701 publications, which are aligned to SDG number 2. I do know it's important for me to continue kind of guiding people where I'm getting these stories from. So this story or these numbers are coming from Scopus, SCOPUS. Scopus, I don't know whether Elsevier are among our partners. Good. Scopus is an Elsevier product. If at one point Uganda used to have it through Hinari, I don't know whether we still have access to it. If we no longer have access to it, part of the reasons why conferences exist is networking. So when we network with Elsevier, with the senior colleagues like the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, our chief guest, and myself, and our university librarian, we would be able to ask Elsevier, how can Uganda get back Scopus and at a reasonable rate? So the tool I've used here also is Scopus, where you just go put Uganda, but there are some few techniques you require, which you do know, and if you don't, we can discuss them in a different workshop. However, for number 3, we provide essential access to medical research. Sometimes we call it evidence-based practice, but in a layman language, we just call it health information. You may not know, but our chief guest, her PhD research was in health information, where she was examining how people in a rural setting like Uganda could even use other instruments like radio to tell more about health information. But now, how are we doing that in terms of SDGs? We've got Uganda there, where access to sexual and reproductive health education in the library is provided in terms of materials to curb teenage pregnancy. Again, these are simple things that we can also be doing. In SDG 3, Uganda's contribution was massive, more than SDG 1 and 2. For we produced 8,693, and you can see the curve where by 2017, the papers were not as many, but coming towards 2022, 2023, there was exponential growth using bibliometrics to tell the story. And the colleagues, when someone asks you, what is our role in SDGs? Our first role is also to use these tools to tell the stories. Like the way I'm telling the stories, you also use the same tools to tell the stories for your university and for your country. For SDG 4, that is quality education, this is where we also belong, because you cannot delink the libraries and education. They are there in schools, they are there in universities, they are there in colleges, in every country and in every district. Again, there we have Kenya, I believe is Kibera, where we use technology to help with the government achieve mathematics education targets. Nigeria is also there, but I believe we are also doing the same in Uganda. And my advocacy in this is to see by next year, when I go back to the map, I will be able to see Uganda flourishing in some of these. And I also do something for Kenya to make sure if there is a particular target where we are unrepresented, we also tell the story. That's the least we can do for our governments. We owe them actually, because if we feel they owe us recognition as a profession, then we owe them so that they can see why we require recognition as well. Gender equality, that is a typical example. I do not dwell much on that. But libraries provide safe meeting places. If we have information or ICT skills for women and you plant them in the library, they feel safe. Given that there are even some communities where for their religious beliefs, they feel women and men should have different programs. So we just need to reprogram and rethink of our programs so that they can feel well represented. And I feel that without any bias, that particular gender equality and library support for it is very well done. For example, a mere scan in this room tells me that the participants are probably 60% in favor of women and the 40% in favor of women. Women, let us appreciate yourselves on that. Clean water and sanitation, again, basic examples of the kind of, even putting simple things like even safe drinking water in the libraries, that is enough for us to be seen we are articulating to that particular SDG. Allow me to briefly mention about affordable and clean energy, that is SDG 7. This is particularly for public and community libraries, where people can get reliable access to electricity to read, study, and apply for jobs. Services to say, someone has got no CV and they want to apply for a job. They would walk to their public library, under the guidance of the librarian, be shown how to come up with a nice CV, be able to use free electricity, because we are taxpayers. So if you don't have electricity in the house, then you are able to get access to that electricity in your local library. So again, simple stories of how countries like Nigeria are addressing that particular SDG. Decent work and economic growth. Libraries, typical of like the British Library in the UK, they do a lot of this where they have an IP, not intellectual property, but it is a center where people who are trying to establish companies or get into businesses, they would get business information. They would even be coached in terms of how to come up with the business plans. So those are some of the services that we are supposed to rethink and include them so that we can help our communities in terms of economic growth. Moving on, SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. In Kibera, which is our largest informal slum, I think, in Africa, nothing to be proud about, but our libraries there, they have programs that improves access to education through giving people free access to the internet and the research infrastructure. Reduced inequalities, that is SDG 10. Access to information, freedom of expression. We do know libraries advocate lack of censorship, not unless materials are one that do not meet our values. So in such cases then, people, when they are in the library, they feel they are able to express themselves, especially in terms of, I would call it intellectual freedom of expression. Sustainable cities and communities, where we have an essential role in safeguarding, preserving documentaries in any form for future generations. We do know about the disaster that happened in Makerere in 2020, where the iconic building went down. Now that it has come back, I feel we have an obligation in terms of using digital initiatives, and we have got some of our partners here who are experts in terms of digitization to rethink how can we then preserve the charter documents for Makerere, documents which are very important. Makerere has having been in existence for the last 100 years, so that generations to come, they would be able to even see something in terms of even the artifacts and the foundation of this university. I'm using it as an example. And for that, then it becomes our mission in terms of articulating towards SDG number 11. SDG number 12, responsible consumption and production, where we provide information for sustainable practices, and the examples again are indicated there. Climate change matters to do with the environment. I do remember in 2022 when I was discussing SDGs with CUUL in a conference like this, when we were examining which SDGs Uganda was doing well, we were happy to note that Uganda was doing very well on climate change and environment. Today, I avoided that route because I wanted to be library-centric, but our role in that is to provide access to data research and knowledge that supports research in information and climate change. Suffice it to say, climate change and environment and of course, artificial intelligence and data science are among the leading topics where you are able to get grants from NIH, Wellcome Trust, Bureau and Melinda Gates, and other funding agencies. Within the universities where we work, reach out to your scholars, work with them for scoping reviews and systematic reviews on matters to do with climate change, and that research would be impactful, and you are able to guide them so that they are able to get grants, and that will be our mission for that particular area. Life below water, that is SDG 14. We provide, again, access to data research and knowledge in terms of fundamental aspects, including fishing, biodiversity, and water conservancy. Again, our core there is through providing information for that particular area of research. Life on land, similar to the one for water, providing resources and information regarding conservation of resources, land use, and the biodiversity, something that we do quite often. This is where we belong: peace, justice, and strong institutions. Now, to realize access to information, librarians have expertise to help governments. I think I mentioned we owe the governments, our institutions like Makerere University, and the individuals, communities, in terms of organizing and helping them to structure use of information effectively. I do remember there is a time we were saying we are living in an era of information, what we call the knowledge economy. But when we talk of knowledge economy, I cannot think of any body of experts that can help our governments understand what is exactly knowledge economy than librarians. So this is where we belong, SDG 16, and the particular target 16.10, which is ensure public access to information, protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with the national legislation and international agreements or best practice. Finally, colleagues, SDG 17, we provide global network like IFRA, SKEXA, CUUL, community-based institutions linked to support national development plans locally, nationally, and resource for improved decision-making. Again, over there, we are having 2 examples from my country, 2 from South Africa, 1 from Uganda. No, 1 from Ghana. Again, Uganda, I challenge you. You are doing good work, but those stories, we need to see them there. With that, allow me to spend the next 5 minutes or so trying to show you practical applications of the work we do in helping our institutions understand more about their own SDGs. So I have used Uganda because they are my host for today, whereupon I was able to check SDG number 1 to 16, the scholarly output per SDG, and the citations count per SDG. For this one, I used a tool we call CIVAL, SCIVAL, which is a sister company to Scopus, all under Elsevier. And I believe CIVAL, most likely we have got access to it through our networks with Hinari. If not, we shall be advancing that further. Now, to me, this is important because if I am having a briefing with the Vice Chancellor, a single page of how the university is contributing to SDGs might be something of interest to the VC. Sometimes when we hear Makerere University is the best in East Africa or is ranked as among the top universities in Africa, using webnometrics, when we look at those rankings, we have a rank that we call impact ranking. So aside excellence ranking, we have got a rank for impact. And the rank for impact is measured using the research from the university, which is aligned to the SDGs. So then it is our responsibility then to, when we are working with our scholars, to assist them in terms of ensuring the work they do, we rank them or we link them in terms of indexing to appropriate SDGs so that the stories or research coming from our universities can influence SDGs and in so doing help us get ranked appropriately, just like South African universities. Using the same tools, I was able to look at our relative activity index. This one is an index that showcases in relation to the global ranking for the same SDG. How is Uganda doing? And we were able to see the share, especially SDG number 5 for gender equality, is where we are doing very well in relation to the group. Although others we are doing well, but that one, for some reasons, we seem to be doing very well here in Makerere in comparison to other universities globally. Allow me to briefly mention to you about another tool called Altimetrics. So alternative metric has come up as an indicator which brings in the notion that yes, citations index are there, but what about non-scientific scholars, like our journalists and bloggers? If you have come up with very good research and the bloggers, journalists, WHO, FAO, World Bank are using it to influence their policies, is that not good enough? So then they came up with Altimetrics, which means alternative metrics. You get that through Altimetrics Explorer, and you are eligible for a free account if you're a librarian. Although for me, I use a corporate account because I tend to use particular Altimetrics for extracting more metrics, which in turn, I work with scholars for them to get some grants. So we are able to fund some of these tools using the money that we get from the grants. So I used Altimetrics to tell the story of Makerere University, how it has contributed to the SDGs. And using the Altimetrics, I was able to see that our contribution to the SDGs is over 51,000 articles, no, not articles, mentions over the times in terms of news stories. And I was able to see for news alone, we are over 3,000 in 187, I think, countries. So for that, I'm able to see 120 stories in a platform known as All Africa, mentioned Makerere University for research, which is SDG aligned. Not all research, but SDG only. 130 stories. Conversation is in Australia. It's a very powerful outlet. If your story gets into the conversation, get to know it is up there. So we have got 130 stories. Going all the way to BBC, 13 stories appeared in BBC, coming from Makerere University, in relation to our SDGs. Then from there, the other most significant finding was over 2,000 policy documents have been influenced by research coming from Makerere University on SDGs. And the majority of that actually was WHO, over 1,400, all the way to World Bank, FAO, CDC. Then down there is just a highlight of how many times our stories have appeared on social media regarding stories aligned to SDGs, news, policies, and other outlets. This single page alone is very powerful because if I was told, assuming I am the Vice Chancellor Makerere and I am meeting Bill Gates for only 5 minutes, this single page is enough so that I'm able to tell Bill Gates if with our resources, which are not as good, we have managed this. If you part with $5 million, we pump it into research, we are even able to do much more. So then it becomes part of our responsibilities to produce stories which are used by our leaders when they are looking for grants. Allow me to mention about dimensions. It is a sister tool to Arithmetrics. Both of them are owned by a company called Digital Science. Dimensions is freely available as part of Research for Life. And again, it helps us to tell our stories. Finally, we tell our stories using our repositories, institutional repositories. So where I work, our repository, we power it using Elsevier digital, we call it B-Press, digital press. And the output, we use a tool called Pure, which showcases each researcher, their profile, and then their work, which SDGs they are influencing. Meaning, like this is a health scientist, if he was an educationist, instead of seeing SDG 3 and I think 16, most likely most of his work would be on SDG number 4. Professor Rompa Topoka was originally from this university, but now he is with us at Aga Khan University. So in conclusion, I've shown you the journey. The work that is expected of you is massive in terms of influencing SDGs. From telling the stories, maintaining those stories locally, putting them on the IFRA platform, map of the world, to measuring the SDGs of your own scholarship for your universities, and also helping scholars through participating in scoping reviews, systematic reviews, and the bibliometric analysis. Finally, colleagues, your library supports SDGs. So this single poster, which is provided to us by IFRA, if you just put this library supports SDGs with your logo, then it would mean you are committed. Because if I visit your library and you have this, I want to ask you, oh, this is great, how do you support it? Then you are able to give me examples. It is, in essence, commitment that you are going to align to the best practice that I have shared with you in order to support the SDGs. Thank you very much for granting me time to be your speaker this morning. It's always a pleasure interacting with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for such a wonderful presentation. Join me, give me another round of applause. Those were very serious statistics. We have been touched by those statistics. Thank you so much, Prof. Without, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize some of the members who have joined us along the way. We have the University Librarian of Kabale University, Dr. Bejerachi. You are most welcome. We have also seen the head librarian of Soroti University Library, Applaud Barbara. You are most welcome. We have Dr. Ilako Caroline. You are most welcome. We also have Dr. Sarah Kadu is with us. Doctor, you are most welcome. At this time, without wasting time, I would like to now invite a bit of interlude.
Twabalamusa nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa twabalamusa nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa abalonzi b'engamba twabalamusa nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa twabalamusa nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa musa nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa Abalamusa, nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa. 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 Twabalamusa, nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa. Era mirembe twabalamusa. Nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa. Era mirembe twabalamusa. Nawe twalaba abagenyi twabalamusa. Bakama bange era abalungi b'engamba. Era bakama bange era abalungi b'engamba. Era abalungi abagalwa. Nawe twalaba abagenyi era bakama bange era abalungi abagalwa era abalungi b'engamba. Munono munono tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono yote nyabo munono munono tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono sakokela munono munono tala munono tonga kayo tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono abana b'embuga tala munono abana b'embuga tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono abana b'embuga tala munono abana b'embuga tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono 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 tala munono abana b'embuga tala munono abana b'embuga tala munono tala munono Mari mono, mari na yene nyoba, mari ala mula baba, mari mono, mari na yene nyoba, mari ala mula, mari mono, mari na yene nyoba, mari ala mula baba, mari mono, mari na yene nyoba, mari Moloje monage, boli te wale yo. Moloje monage, boli te wale yo. Atambula geda na kena ni kese. Moloje monage, boli te wale yo. Atambula geda na kena ni kese. Mufanye we mutu, kone kutoka chini kwa mulembo ko. Moloje monage, boli te wale yo. Atambula geda na kena ni kese. Moloje monage, boli te wale yo. Atambula geda na kena ni kese. Moloje monage, boli te wale yo. Atambula geda na kena ni kese. Peregera na munere, peregera masotala. 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 Peregera. Mara mona que se me la ve, uno lleva una vez se me la ve. Mwari muno, mwari na nyine nyumba, mwari ala mula baba. Mwari muno, mwari na nyine nyumba, mwari ala mula. Koja kule pole pamwenda bada. Labani genda na kule pamwenda. Koja kule pole pamwenda bada. Labani genda na kule pamwenda. Mama mwana wange kundi bubi. Aenda na kule pamwenda. Mwana wange kundi bubi. Koja kule pole pamwenda bada. Koja kule pole pamwenda bada. Gomoya bwana bange kundi bubi. Mwana bange kundi bubi. Mwana bange kundi bubi. Mwana bange mupisa bubi.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our cultural troupe, for that interlude. We are moving to the next item on our program. But before we do that, I would like to recognize the presence of the president of Uganda Library Information Association. You are most welcome, sir. The next item on our program is the speech by our guest of honor. But before she comes, I'm going to read her short bio. We have tried as much as possible to summarize it. And our guest of honor for this third annual conference is the Professor Maria Jane Musoke. Professor Maria Jane Musoke is a trailblazing figure in the library and information science profession, currently serving as a Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs at Kyambogo University, Uganda's second largest university. She is the first woman to hold this office at the institution. In 2001, Professor Musoke became the first Ugandan woman to earn a PhD in information science from the University of Sheffield, UK. Her groundbreaking research led to provision of Slosson and Slogin's formula published in the British Medical Journal in 2002. Additionally, in 2010, she became the first Ugandan woman to be promoted to the rank of Professor of Information Science. Throughout her career, Professor Musoke has made significant contributions to the LIS field, including chairing the IFLA Health and Biosciences section and serving as the first woman to head Makerere University Library Services. She introduced initiatives like library development fee at Makerere, which led to expanded library space and increased revenue. Professor Musoke has received numerous accolades, including honorary fellowship of CLIP UK in 2019 for her exceptional contribution to the profession. She also authored the award-winning book, Informed and Healthy, Theoretical and Applied Perspective on the Value of Information to Healthcare. In April this year, she was honored with the SCESCO Excellence Award for her outstanding contributions to the profession. Beyond academia, Prof. Musoke is a founding member of several organizations,
including the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries and the Association for Health Information and Libraries in Africa. She has also played a significant role in mentoring professionals and has been an external examiner at universities across Africa. Her extensive publication research and keynote addresses at international conferences reflect her profound impact on a this field. Professor Musoke is also a devout Catholic, a mother, and a grandmother with deep roots in Masaka City, Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Professor Moira Musoke to give her speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those kind words, especially the deep roots in Masaka City, which I'm so proud about. You know, in Uganda here, everybody used to like women from Masaka. I've never found out why. Recently, I saw a discussion on Yulia. Maybe those young men who are complaining should find women from Masaka. Joking apart, I would like to observe the protocol that has been already pointed out. First, we welcome the representative of the VC of Makerere University, the chair of the Uganda Library and Information Association, the guest who has traveled all the way to come and be with us, and everybody here. I do recognize them. I would also like to acknowledge with appreciation the comments that Professor Gatiti has made. When we met him and initiated him in the profession of health information, we didn't know that would, after so many years, would remember what we told him. But he's a very good student. He listened very attentively. He took some notes, and up to now, he's still remembering what we told him. That's why he has been successful. I would like to thank the professionals who made comments recently on the Urea Forum about my contribution to the profession. Thank you very much. You know, we teach students, and some students call us names, but others appreciate what we do. So I thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizers, CUUL, for a job well done, and I'm very serious about this. I'm very serious because last time I came here, there was a function that was organized by a very powerful ministry, which I want to mention. This function and this ministry, I'm sure had a lot more money than CUUL. But when I came in, that function was still in my mind. I was invited to join 3 other professors to vet the innovations of the year. Don't guess the ministry, please. So we came here and we all complained. In fact, one of the professors came and walked away in protest because these people were so disorganized. So for me to come now, and I find a very colorful, you know, function, very well organized, people are already here, everything is fine. I feel so proud of you. Thank you very much. You have washed away that other function. No wonder you are information professionals, very organized and doing things even when you don't have excessive money. But because you are the professionals, you have been able to organize this. So when we started the CUUL, it was a struggle. We didn't know that the seed we are sowing at that time was going to bear all the fruits I've seen today. So thank you very much for keeping CUUL up and about. So when I was asked to come and speak as a guest of honor, I asked questions. You know, I'm a teacher, I ask questions. And I think Drake got tired. Drake and Nakaziba got tired of my questions, because I always want to be very specific and I want to know what I'm expected. What is my role? I don't want to come here and make a mess of your organization, which has been very well organized. So I asked, and I was told, just say a few words to us. And now these are the few words I'm saying to you. The few words that I had thought about before I came here was that because the theme of this conference is talking about transformation of LIS for a sustainable development, I thought about my speech and gave it a title, The Wave of Change for LIS. When I talk about a wave, are there Rotarians in this audience? Do I have any Rotarians here? Librarians have not joined Rotary. One of my retirement activity was to join Rotary. And I was made the president of a Rotary Club of Chitezi, which is in trouble now because of the landfill disaster. As I came in, people were welcoming me, and I said, wait a minute, I'm listening to the news because of this disaster issue. So Rotary has got, the district has got a magazine, a monthly magazine, which is called The Roaring Wave. I asked them, why do you call it? I mean, a wave is already something moving. A wave is already in motion. So why do you put the word rolling? And they told me some of the waves are just dormant. They are just there dormant, you know, until the wind comes and they start rolling. What they wanted is something that was full of life and rolling. So I reserved the word rolling here because I didn't want to copy IFLA. But what I'm thinking about is that what we have right now is a wave of change in our profession. Like it, leave it, we have to move. The change is here. So the theme is talking about transformation. So are we talking about transformation or are we talking about change? What are we actually talking about? Change. What is change? Change is to cause to be different, to give a difference in form or in appearance. It is to convert, to modify, to alter, to adjust. That is change. And what is transformation? Transform. This is a complete change in outer form, in appearance, in the nature, in the function, in the condition. And therefore, this word is stronger than change. It is stronger than convert, than modify, than alter. What do I mean? Can I give an example? You know, when you transform, you change something beyond recognition. So this theme is reminding us that we are supposed to change things beyond recognition. You can't recognize. Let me give you an example. Mackay University Library. When we automated and we moved the wooden catalog from the entrance of the library and we put the Opaka terminals, one time I found a professor whom I won't mention looking for the catalog, moving around. And he asked me, it was a he asked me, where is the catalog? I said, the catalog is there. He said, no, these are computers. I said, no, it is there. Let's go and I show you. So that's what transformation is. The dear professor could not see that the catalog, the print catalog, the manual catalog has been transformed into that OPAC, the online catalog that we had there. And it's now on the computer, not in the wooden boxes. So when the authors, I mean the organizers of this conference, when they brought that theme, transformation, it is that strong. And as professionals, we need to think about the things that are coming, that are going to change completely beyond recognition of what the situation was. So that's what we mean by transformation. And of course, as you note, some aspects of information have changed, others have been transformed. So when I talk about the catalog, when we have automated and we have got opaque terminals, that has been a transformation. And of course, we have got so many examples of changes and things. If I was to give, if I had more time, I would give very many examples. So, do we have the ability to transform LIS for sustainable development? Do we? I quote the World Bank, and I've been using this quote, and I like it because this is a 1998 quote, but it is as true as it was in 1998 now, because it is saying knowledge is needed to transform the resources we have into the things we need to raise the standards of living, to improve health conditions, to provide better education, to preserve the environment, etc., 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 in the optimum way possible. It was true then, and it's true now. So we need to build the capacity of the current and the next generation of LIS professionals to be able to get whatever we want. We need to build the capacity. So we need to be able to transform LIS using knowledge and skills. We need to build the capacity. We need to identify and apply the opportunities of artificial intelligence to LIS for sustainable development. I attended the conference in IFLA last week. Librarians are so worried that AI has come to take their jobs. But when automation came, I became a university librarian in 2004. That was the peak of automation. The computers had come, the softwares had come, the hardwares had come. Makerere University had gotten funding from CEDA, from NORAD, from Carnegie, funding different aspects of automation. And therefore, the policymakers at that time put an embargo on recruitment. We are not going to recruit any more librarians because we are automating and we have got funding. Everything is going to be done. Now, Maria Msuke becomes the university librarian in that quagmire. I have got the money. I don't have the staff to do the activities, to implement the projects. So I go to top management and I ask them, we have got the money to buy the hardware and the software. What about the humanware? And they asked me, what do you mean? I said, the computers are there. The software we are going to procure. But who is going to make things happen? For example, who is going to put the data, which is in the wooden box, into the computer? I said, but everything has been, I said, which everything? I need people to do this. This is how far our policymakers can be. So we need to keep raising awareness of what we do. So after explaining one by one, and people got convinced, we decided to employ information processing assistants. We could not call them librarians because we would get an audit query. Here is an embargo on recruitment, so you cannot employ a librarian. So we had information processing assistants with whom we worked to convert the catalog. And we took people who had upper, second, and first class because we are building on these people, hoping that they will be employed. And indeed, when the embargo was removed or relaxed, these people were employed. So what does this teach us? That we need to transform our activities. We need to build the capacity of the people who are doing this work. So let's identify the artificial intelligence, which is now called generative artificial intelligence. those opportunities and add value to them. Also, let us identify the challenges. Of course, there are challenges, we know them. That's why people are scared about their jobs. There are challenges. So let us identify the challenges and address these challenges. So we'll be able to move faster. We have to move faster than the technology. If we are slow, the technology is going to leave us behind. We need to move faster than the technology. The technology has to work for us, not the other way around. The technology is not going to take away the jobs. We have to move fast. We have to build the skills. We have to show value and relevance. In 2006, when I attended a conference in Arizona, I found librarians who used to do cataloging in the US very unhappy that OCLC, which was now busy doing the CIP, you remember the CIP? I don't know that it is still there. I'm no longer a practicing librarian. The cataloging in publication data, the librarians who used to do cataloging in their universities, now the work had been taken on by OCLC. But what OCLC had done was to invite these people, give them skills and learn. But the people of older age didn't want to bother. I met one woman who said for her, it was an adventure. She went into it, she liked it, and there she was. She encouraged 2 or 3 more people to join her. Others retired. So these things are not coming. The computers, the automation did not take away our jobs. Artificial intelligence is not going to take away our jobs. You remember it is intelligence, but artificially. What about us who have the intelligence which is not artificial? How can that artificial intelligence take away our jobs? There are so many examples that have been given. A lecturer who rejected a student's work, saying that the work was copy and paste from artificial intelligence. And the student argued with the lecturer and he said, you know what? This coursework is based on a section of the law which was done in 1900. There was no artificial intelligence. So these are the things we need to train our lecturers, our students to do. You have heard the San Francisco vehicle, which is driven by AI. The policeman stopped the vehicle without realizing that there was no driver. And you called, the vehicle was being driven at night without lights. So called the other policeman, there's a vehicle coming without lights. The other policeman realized that actually the vehicle had nobody. So as information professionals, what language how do we communicate with artificial intelligence in such situations? These are the things we need to identify so that we remain relevant. Now, this animal called misinformation, disinformation, fake news. This animal has now been wrapped into information integrity. I think information professionals are very wise because everything, disinformation, misinformation, fake news, it has been too much. Now, information integrity. Some people refer to it as information ethics, but it is broadly information integrity. We need to enhance information integrity if we are going to remain professionals in this field, in this era. I move from there. There I can talk for a whole day. Now, I've been approached by a number of librarians about the nomenclature. Who are we? Who are we? The nomenclature has become an issue. I've been discussing with, okay, let me, before I tell you about the discussions. The Act, 2001, amended in 2003. And I hope you know why it was amended in 2003. Just to bring in Shambogo University, that's all. So, the 2001 Act, section Article 51(1) talks about the categories of staff in a public university. Then section 2D gives the university librarian automatic academic status. Of course, when you look at the previous acts, the 1970 and what, every librarian was academic. Now, this one identified only a university librarian as academic. Now, other library staff designated as academic. So when I was a university librarian, we interrogated this section of the act and we came up with the 2006, I think it was, we came up with a whole structure of librarians. For us, we call it structure. HR call it scheme of service. Me, I still call it structure if I'm not HR. So HR call it a scheme of service. So because librarian is academic, we say it in 75% graduate librarians are going to be academic and 25% are going to be administrative. We set up a criteria of equating librarians. And you know where I'm going ahead there, people are talking about equating librarians. It's not the first time that librarians are being equated to teaching academics. I call them teaching academics. It's not the first time, but it's like when you hear people talking, we equated them to the teaching department. It is as if it is being done for the first time. I told them, no, wait a minute. It was done over 20 years ago. There's no news there. Just read what we did before. So equating academics, then we came up with a procedure of designation. You can't force people. People had to apply. And of course, because we were equating with academics, you had to have a first class or an upper second. You had to be 30 years and below, those things. So we equated with academics and we moved. Now, what we did was so beautiful, was so good, was not questionable. So it was cascaded in other universities. There was no problem. So it meant that on graduation, a bliss holder becomes a librarian. Ours is a professional course. A bliss holder on graduation, you are a librarian. Just like a BA economics holder graduate becomes an economist. Or a BSc scientist. I did a BSc botany zoology. On graduation, I was a scientist. Agriculture, LLB. When you graduate, you are a lawyer. Bachelor of Education, when you graduate, you are a teacher. You are not an assistant teacher. You are not an assistant lawyer. You are not an assistant economics. You are a lawyer. You are a profession. So, now, why is a bliss holder called a library assistant and not a librarian? A master's holder and assistant librarian. When I asked that question, I was told they were equating to teaching academics. The first degree holder is teaching assistant. A master's degree holder is assistant lecturer. And therefore, a library staff is the same. I think they had run out of words. So, for example, I told them that an economist at the rank of a teacher, you are an economist. Somebody with BA economics will join a teaching department and will be a teaching assistant. First and foremost, will be an economist at the rank of a teaching assistant. Teaching assistant is a rank in a university setting. You understand? It is a rank. So that's why you don't call yourself associate professor, because associate professor is a rank. But where I am there, people love that one. So teaching assistant, those are ranks. So our librarians are librarians at that rank of a teaching assistant. I don't care, but they are librarians first and foremost. So for the library staff, it should be a librarian at the rank of a teaching assistant, or a librarian too, as you had called them. We still have certificate and diploma holders, and we need them. These are paraprofessionals. They can be called library assistants, assistant librarians, respectively. We need them, and we train them. So this is the last slide about this matter. So during the public universities validation exercise, and you people from private universities, don't say that is for public university. You know what is happening in public universities is replicated in private universities. So this concerns all of us. So during that validation exercise, the nomenclature changed, and the Ministry of Public Service pointed out that the job titles and positions under the university were realigned, and the nomenclature of the National Council for Higher Education, grading and qualification requirement that equated those positions, the library assistant, which I don't want to hear. Now, National Council pointed out that it had, I've been with National Council, I've been asking them, how did this come about? And they told me that they had a session and they had a stakeholder engagement. I don't know if any of you attended that meeting and you actually endorsed that our librarians should become library assistants. So if you did that, I think you better say mea culpa, and we move. So way forward, the librarians who have approached me complaining about the title library assistants, I'm talking for them. Those of you who are happy with that title, you can just switch off. So how do we move forward? I've talked to National Council and they've told me this is the way forward. That CUUL should write to the Executive Director of National Council requesting to revisit the nomenclature to reflect that bliss holders are professional librarians and not library assistants. So CUUL, you have on your desk, I'm sure you have many things, but this is one of the things we should write and request. Secondly, that CUUL should set up a professional standards body, like a council. National Council is telling us that associations which have got those standards body, which monitor, which regulate the practice, help them to regulate, and sometimes they tip them. So imagine if you have got this council or agents or whatever you want to call it, and we find that is a university, West Chikoni University, and that University of West Chikoni, the librarian is a certificate holder or diploma holder. Because we are regulating and monitoring as CUUL, you'd go and inform National Council that there's a problem here. This university does not have a librarian. And the National Council says you would have made their work a lot easier. I know some of you are already thinking about an answer, and let me give it to you. URIA, I've been in URIA, I've been associated to URIA for a long time. URIA, ever since I joined URIA, they've been talking about the standards body, and they keep quoting Nigeria and whatever. URIA has been grappling with this body, but it has not taken off. But since we, university, people working in university libraries have got many pressing issues, why don't we form our agents, our standards body? When URIA decides, they can join us and we can expand. But as CUUL, because when you look at CUUL, I opened my file, the initial files of CUUL, our thoughts, our meetings. These are the things we wanted to do, to monitor, to regulate. We used to visit universities to inform the vice chancellors and other people about the work of CUUL, and they were asking us, what is this now CUUL about? A consortium of Uganda University Library. What is it going to do? It's going to do. What is CUUL again? And then one of us became stubborn, and she says, CUUL is very cool. So why don't we think about this body, come up with this body? It's going to help us to monitor the practice of academic librarianship, and we'll be able to have these people registered, and we'll be able to get jobs for our people. If there are those universities which don't have people, this is the time to say, but we have got librarians who are registered, who have no jobs, we can employ them here. So I think CUUL, I've given you 2 tasks, I'm sorry, but that's why CUUL was started. So that is cool. So as I finish, some references. I found, thank you, Peter, for taking us to the word. That map of the world. When I was an active librarian, I used to post things there. On goal number 3, I actually had 2 posts, which they used to cite. Even in one of the IFLA reports, they cited that goal. Goal number 3, I had put the work I was doing in rural Uganda, disseminating information to health professionals. And all these postdoc activities I did, I put them there. But it seems, I think with the time, they have to put new things, and those old ones are not there. But Peter, you have really shown that our librarians here have been doing a lot of many things, good things, but I think on this aspect, they need to post. Librarians do a lot of work. Please add something to this map of the world. Share the activities you do. You have got beautiful work you have been doing. You have published, cite things you have published. You've been done in research. Get the findings from there and put there so that Uganda is visible and we are visible. So Peter, thank you very much for waking us up. The IFLA strategy 2024-2029 is online. This is a new strategy. We had the 2019 and 2014. I think I'm a bit conservative. When I look at the 2019 and 2014, I like it. It is clear when it talks about profession, the communities and what not, clear cut. This new strategy, I don't want to bias you. It has got to 3 impact areas, and there is the line between some of them. And I told them when they were presenting it, I said the line is gray, and they said, yes, there's a bit of overlap and whatnot. And I told them when you are talking about this, you need to refer to the previous one, yes. So please read the IFLA strategy. We can't run away from IFLA. Read the IFLA strategy for us to move forward, especially you who are teaching students. Like now this word map, the students will be able to do their projects and put them there. My students, I used to tell them about IFLA, and I encouraged them, and they became members of the students, whatever. Please do encourage our students. Now, the annual report, the 2023 annual report is also available online. The annual report actually, on page 9, it reports the 2014, 2019, I mean 2019, 2024 strategy, what has been achieved. So it is very beautiful to look there, what has been achieved, what has not been achieved. And of course, the IFLA trend report 2024. The IFLA trend report 2024 is facing the future of information with confidence, not with panic, not with fear, not with the lamentation. Some people are just busy citing the word, that book of lamentation. So we are facing the future of information with confidence. So please read the IFLA trend report. It may raise your hope if you are worried about losing a job. And then this book is written by South Africans, and it is talking about the same thing we are talking about today. Information services for a sustainable society, current developments in the era of information disorder. You remember the information integrity? Read this book. It is available in print and electronic. So finally, I hope the 20 minutes, I don't know whether I have run over the 20 minutes. CUUL deserves to be congratulated. You know, many associations die in infancy or they remain dormant. They keep saying we are here when they are not there. They are just dormant. So CUUL has not been dormant. CUUL has remained vibrant over 20 years of dedicated service to universities. So congratulations, CUUL. Well done. You have done us proud. I thank you. Do I wait for questions or? Do I wait for questions or I go and sit and enjoy the seat? I go and enjoy the seat. You can always see me and ask me questions.
Thank you so much, Prof, for such a wonderful presentation. We are time bound. At this time, I would like to invite the executive chairperson together with Vice Chancellor's representative. And again, we are going to disturb you, Prof, again. You need to come around. We have some little thing to give to Professor Maria Musoke.
Thank you, Ronald. With utmost humility and sincere appreciation, on behalf of the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries, I would like to take the privilege to invite our gracious host, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, represented by the Director of Quality Assurance, to present the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries Award of Recognition to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs of Chambogo University, the first woman Liz professional to earn a PhD, a professor, the first to hold the highest office in a university in Uganda, the first chair of ULIA, and the first woman chair of CUUL, Ahila, president of Rotary Club of Kitezi, and a distinguished academic, Professor Maria Musoke. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you. I accept this and I honor you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
The organizing committee, please step up. We need to save time. The CUUL executive committee and organizing committee, please hurry. After this, we are moving out to the stalls. And thereafter breakfast, the rest will follow in suit. Thank you. Photographers organize. Where are the photographers? This one, eh?
Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, We're going to have a photo moment outside. And then I'm also opening the exhibition stalls. So before we get out, let me at least give you a little brief on the exhibition booths. So when you move outside, on the extreme right, the first exhibition bit is Silda. Silda provides us with MyLoft, Remote X, Drill Bit, and Jove. That's the first one on the extreme left. Then the second one is Wiley. The third one is Silicon Overdrive. The fourth one, as we move to the left, we have EBSCO, which provides us with ebooks, e-journals, and a resource discovery service called EBSCO Discovery Service. The next to EBSCO, we have Renew. Renew is CUUL's local partner, and they signed an MOU this year, provides us with internet systems, for example, DSpace and Koha. Then the last stall on the extreme left is Elsevier. Elsevier provides us with Osmosis, Clinical Key, student nursing, ebooks, and Elsevier is also the biggest publisher of ebooks and e-journals in the world. So at this moment, we shall go for the photo moment, and please, you're advised to go to the exhibition booths. Thank you very much. Members, let's go out for the group photo, please. Let's all go to the group photo. And after the group photo, we can visit the exhibition booths. Let's hurry up as we go to the photo moment. Time is against us. Let's hurry up so that we don't miss the photo.
I worship you today. I worship you today. The reason for my I worship you today. Your kingdom from everlasting to everlasting. You're the design of all creation. I cry holy, holy, Lord. Listen to a holy, I'm forever made. I sing hallelujah to the King of Glory. I Lion of the tribe of Judah, you're still the reason for my living. You're the one who works in this to come. All creation bow before you. Lord, I praise you.
I worship you today. Oh, Tabaleta. Akaya, aka Jehovah na-eme ọrụ ebube ya ke na-erugharị n'ebe m nọ. Isi ike ndụ ke na-adịghị atata. Aka ya, aka Jehovah na-eme mma. Aka ya, aka Jehovah na-eme mma. Ọrụ ebube ya ke na-erugharị n'ebe m nọ. Isi ike ndụ ke na-adịghị atata. Aka ya, aka Jehovah na-eme mma. Ọrụ ebube ya ke na-erugharị n'ebe m nọ. Isi ike ndụ ke na-adịghị atata. Aka ya, aka Jehovah na-eme mma. I love you, Lord, for your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hands. From the moment that I wake up until I lay my head down, I will sing of the goodness of God. And all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire in the darkest night. You are close like no other. I've known you as a father. I've known you as a friend. I have lived in the goodness of God. Yeah, and all my life you have been faithful. And all my life you have been so, so good. With every breath that I am able,
forth your beauty. If I dance, it would be enough. And if I shout, it would be enough. I will speak of your glory. I will show forth your beauty. If I dance, it would be enough. And if I shout, it would be enough. For you are the great and mighty King. You rule in every nation. For Christ, my soul declares. You are worthy to be praised. You are Alpha and Omega. I worship you today. In you I put my trust. Your name I will extol. Heaven speaks of your glory and the earth of your beauty. Your love is new every morning, and your faithfulness is ever sure. I say heaven speaks of your glory and the earth of your beauty. Your love is new every morning, and your faithfulness is ever sure. For you are the great and mighty God, so greatly to be praised. Your beautiful consideration, you are the joy of the whole world. For you are the great and mighty God, so greatly to be praised. Your beautiful consideration.
agenda zemmanyoli naensonga oluyimba lukusuuta ondaze nti gwe katonda ekitiibwa kikugwana webala makubo gogadde zemmanyoli naensonga oluyimba lukusuuta ondaze nti gwe katonda ekitiibwa kikugwana oluyimba lukugwana zemmanyoli naensonga ndowooza mu magezi gange olumi mu mutima gwange enyekanyeseera ng'olumu wabula oluyimba lukusuuta n'ekitiibwa kusaba kimombe bulama mutima gukusuuta mutima gwange manya kiraba oluyimba lukusuuta sobera mu mutima gwange onde ekisuse olumi mu mutima gwange nabo busuka menyekanyeseera ng'olumu wabula oluyimba lukusuuta ekitiibwa kusaba kimombe bulamu edubirikoma wansi mu mutima gwange manya kiraba oluyimba lukusuuta byoke bikusanyusa bikolebwe mu bulamu bwange byokka by'oyagala ndi wano salawo nga bw'olaba bw'amanyirwa kinnatondebwa nze era lwe ndigenda bw'amanyi makuba malungamu mwoka mwemera mpita ate era nga ndi naawe ndowooza mu magezi gange olumi mu mutima gwange enyekanyeseera ng'olumu wabula oluyimba lukusuuta newolitwala byonna byewankame kusaba kimombe bulamulimirirawo wansi mu mutima gwange manya kiraba oluyimba lukusuuta oluyimba lukusuuta mu magezi gange ekiwa kikugwana oluyimba lukusuuta enyekanyeseera ng'olumu wabula oluyimba lukusuuta nze kangume nkuli newolitwala byonna byewankame kusaba kimombe bulamulimirirawo wansi mu mutima gwange manya kiraba oluyimba lukusuuta oluyimba lukusuuta ekitiibwa kikugwana luno oluyimba lukusuuta zemmanya olina ensonga oluyimba lukusuuta ekitiibwa kikugwana luno oluyimba lukusuuta zemmanya olina ensonga When I think upon your goodness and your faithfulness. Production. bakabe kino kubanga basalawo bubi kyekibabuziza otulo kati olw'eggulo mukamugezi k'obulamu bwabwe lwe bajjukira ensobi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not doing well time-wise. Let's reconvert and we continue. Let's take our seats for the next session.
Watch what God is going to do. Because I've seen for every rejection or hatred on my life, God has multiplied glory.
Shaitwani eta atutadeke mbera naye yaseva tulino wakabi savior. There is nothing that can mess with me and you.
Chobola bansinza okwenyumiriza mutomu katonda oyo yekkubo ery'amazima n'obulamu kyobolaba mutenda mutendereza oyo mu katonda. He became my friend and I will never be the same again. God is my body, God is my body, God is my body, wangu, body, wangu, God is my body, God is my body, God is my body, wangu, body, wangu.
I'm on the rise, God on my side, I'm on the rise, yeah.
My God, they fighting me. I want palapa, don't know you are my homie. They were mani munina leave behind me. Bangula mulinyala katunda. They didn't know that I found a friend in you. They didn't know that I have a good relationship with you. That's why I'm not afraid of anything, not afraid of anything. Cause
God is my body, la kuyevampya every day. Ohula mulero kumpate, abatalina tata, kabirira tata, lelo make a way. Abalabe balabye, abatalina mukama balabye, mama balabye. Cause God is my body, God is body, God is body, wangu, body, wangu. God is body, God is my body, God is body, wangu, body, wangu.
My body, oh no, when you get a call, my God, you fuck around, get no way, yeah. Don't cry, he cares and he provides it. Nobody cares like he, yeah.
Members, let's take our seats. Time is not on our side. Please, let's take our seats. I request the panelists to come up for the next session. Dr. Sarah Kadu, thank you. Dr. Carolyn Elako, wherever you are, please come this side. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are most welcome from the breakfast. We are for the next session, that is a panel discussion, where we shall be talking about contribution of libraries to sustainable development goals. We have around 40 to 50 minutes to do this exercise. You will be invited to be part of this discussion at an appropriate time, but when we give you that opportunity, please be precise and accurate with your question. I have a team of panelists with me here. I am called Ronald Izaruku, like I indicated earlier on. And I want to start with introducing my panelists to you. They're supposed to be four. One will join us shortly. At the extreme end, I have Francis Ekwaro. Francis is the president of Uganda Library and Information Science from 21 up to date. He is also an assistant lecturer in the Department of Record and Archive Management, Makerere University. He possesses a Bachelor of Library Information Science, Records and Archive option, and Master of Science in Information Science from Makerere University. He has over 15 years of teaching, research, and consultancy in records and archives management at the national, regional, and international level. He has accomplished professional work in Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Zambia, Djibouti, USA, European Union, among others. Nice to have you, sir. Next to me, we have Dr. Sarah Kadu. Dr. Sarah Kadu holds a PhD in Information Science, MA Information Studies, and Bliss. She is currently the Dean, East African School of Library and Information Science, Information Coordinator, IFLA Sub-Saharan Africa, Regional Division Committee, Co-Chair International Steering Committee of UNESCO, Middle and Information Literacy Alliance. She is also co-chair Association for Science and Technology African Section from 2023 to date. She is a member of IFLA Academic and Research Libraries, Internet Governance, Sustainable Development Goal, Digital Inclusion, Advocate, Incoming Chair, Association for Science and Technology Africa section from November 2024 up to 2025. Nice to have you, Doctor. Next to me, I have our keynote speaker this morning. For those of you who came a bit late, he's Peter Gatiti, a PhD, serves as Associate Vice Provost and University Librarian at Aga Khan University, where he manages a global network of libraries across 6 countries, including Pakistan, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and the UK. His responsibilities include overseeing the strategic development of these libraries and advancing their role in education and research. He holds a PhD in Information Systems from University of Bolton and MC Information System from Leeds Metropolitan University, and a Bachelor's in Library and Information Science from Loughborough University. He's a Chartered Manager from the Chartered Management Institute, UK, and a Fellow of the Moneston Center for International Library Programs at the University of Illinois, USA. He has held previous positions in the information sector at Mid Yorkshire Teaching Trust UK and the University of Leeds, UK. He is a visiting professor at the School of Information Science, University of Kentucky, USA, where he teaches a course on information in society. Beyond his work at Aga Khan, Professor Gatiti is deeply involved in a professional association. He serves as a chairperson of Kenya Library Association. He also chairs the Standing Conference of East Central and Southern Africa Library Information Association and is standing committee member of the International Federation of Library Association and Institutions. His research interests include information science, knowledge management, systematic reviews, evidence-based practice, and bibliometric analysis. Nice having you, Prof. Next to him is Caroline Ilako. Caroline Ilako is an academic librarian here at Makerere University Library for the last 15 years. She has made significant contribution to the library in her role. Ms. Ilako is actively advocate for using library to improve access to information and knowledge. She believes libraries support education, research, and innovation and promotes lifelong learning in developing countries. Ms. Ilako is also committed to promoting open resources such as educational resource and open access to legal information to make information more accessible to everyone. Ms. Ilako has served as a committee member in the IFLA Law Library 2013 to 2017, and she is currently a serving member of the Library Buildings and Equipment section. During her prior tenure as a Law Library Committee member, Ms. Ilako facilitated an IFLA regional workshop, Access to Legal Knowledge, in Kampala, Uganda. Her professional interests include library spaces and their role in sustainable development, open access, legal information, and needs assessment. Nice to have you, Doctor. Thank you so much. I would like to start with Mr. Francis, the ULEA president. You have been at the helm of ULEA for the last 3 years. Would you like telling us the strategy ULEA has adopted to participate and contribute fully to the work of the government and towards the meeting sustainable related development goals? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Well, Uganda Library Information Association is a partner, a key partner in the implementation of the SDGs. Before I became the president, actually the Uganda Library Information Association leadership was involved here at the national level in steering the SDG agenda in Uganda. And I think it was around that time before COVID-19. That's when the issue of SDGs was well pronounced. The government was pushing it at a very great, I would say at a very good speed. But I want to say that since then, the government of Uganda has zeroed down to a number of actions, amongst which is that the government of Uganda has recognized that not all these SDGs will apply to Uganda's situation based on our priorities. So the government has adopted a policy of localization. And in this policy of localization, the government of Uganda has decided to come up with Uganda Vision 2040, which vision speaks to the SDGs. Actually, if you read the paper by Omona 2020, Omona was very clear that the government of Uganda has localized the SDGs, and the focus was on key areas of food security, health, democracy, population, education, family planning, youth empowerment, gender equality, environment, climate change, human rights, as well as science and technology. So at that point, when the government chose to localize the implementation of the SDGs, now it's coordinated by the United Nations through UNDP office. And this mandate now has been given to national institutions such as WUBOS, Uganda Bureau of Statistics. It is now the authority of National Planning Authority, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, among others. Now, what that meant is that government now is implementing the SDGs through the national development plans. And as you are aware, we are now in the 3rd National Development Plan, and the 4th one is also in line. That process is almost, that new plan is almost being released. But I want to say that as Uganda Library and Information Association, the government seems not to appreciate our role. That's why most of these meetings to achieve the Vision 2040, also the revision of the national development plans, they seem not to want to speak to us directly, but rather the association has to find its way to present their views. In other words, we need to push, as an association, the need for us to be recognized by government through an act of parliament. Because once we are recognized by government through an act of parliament, it becomes mandatory for the association to be included. Nonetheless, we engage with stakeholders, other stakeholders, such as the Ministry of Education. The Uganda Library Association has been engaging with the Ministry of Education, particularly on issues of the library staff issues, as well as the issue of school libraries. So in other words, in that line of goal number 4, SDG goal number 4 on education, I would say that the association is trying its best to engage through the Ministry of Education. That said, I would wish to donate part of my time to the former president of the Uganda Library Association, because it was during her term where the association was involved fully, because that's the time when government was so serious with the SDGs.
Thank you so much for that. Like I said, for those of you who have just joined us, we are going to give some little time for members to join the discussion. I'm going to move and pose a question to our next panelist, and that is Dr. Sarakadu. What challenges have library faced in supporting the sustainable development implementation, and what opportunity do you see for libraries and information professionals to further contribute to SSD effort in this country? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies. Good afternoon, friends. I'm happy to be here again to speak about something that I'm passionate about, the SDGs. Now, coming from a library and information science training school, we are experiencing a number of challenges. And I'm sure for now, all is not lost, but we have to keep on pushing. To begin with, you may be aware that in July 2024, Uganda was among the countries reporting in New York about the progress so far made in line with attainment of SDGs. And I was fortunate to be among the technical working group representing academia, library sector, to see how much we can contribute to the attainment of SDGs, work which was well done. We participated in a number of meetings for which I'm grateful to the government. So that implies that partly, yes, the government recognizes our efforts, but these efforts are not recognized as the efforts of the entire sector, but as individual interest groups. So having been involved in the report writing of Uganda's progress so far made, the attainment of SDGs, and then also having been invited to represent the country in New York, was not because of me being as Uganda, but just as an individual. That is where the gap is. I wish they would invite librarians to join the struggle. So that is one of the challenges. Secondly, there is a lot of bureaucracy. There is a lot of bureaucracy going on within the government, and some of which you may know. I'm not a politician, but sometimes these frustrate our efforts. For instance, from Makerere University were two of us representing academia, and we did go through the entire process smoothly. We are participating, views recorded and respected. However, reaching the Foreign Affairs Ministry, that was a big challenge, or the biggest challenge that I've ever encountered in life. They collected our passports, and they knew we got letters from Prime Minister's office supporting us, and they told us, we went through all the processes and were actually informed we're going to get a note verbal. I think in English that means diplomatic note to present at the embassy. But a note verbal never came through. And this is the biggest challenge that actually led to many people missing, representing the various sectors in New York. Not because the government was not interested, but other partners in the struggle did not find it fit for us to continue engaging. When we interrogated the challenge further, we were labeled to maybe go and brain drain, which wasn't the issue really. So you can see people can misinterpret and then frustrate the efforts. And of course, even when the Prime Minister herself came up, and it wasn't clear. The word was always, we are going to release the passports. They had our passports, they could not release them to us, so we could not proceed. And yet we had engagements the other side. So that was a very serious challenge. Thirdly, when you look at, yes, my colleague who spoke earlier said there was a time where we raised awareness across the country. I was the first Ugandan actually to represent the country when IFLA, International Federation of Library Association and Institutions, launched a program, International Advocacy Program, in charge of SDGs. So we went and trained in South Africa, and we came back home, raised awareness across the country. We had wonderful activities. As I've seen some of you participated, and so many people really appreciated the efforts. And that's when we got to know some of the government officials whom we are actually working closely now. But we still have a lot to do. People retire. Today, you to a group of librarians, they get the knowledge, but they don't pass it over to other people, to other colleagues who come up. So the whole, the energy gets wasted. So I wish we could perpetuate the knowledge, even through maybe meetings such as CUUL meeting, to raise awareness, and we don't have to give up. The talk will continue and continue. And also, as my colleague did mention, we are not appreciated. That is the truth. We as librarians or people from the library sector, we appreciate ourselves, but not so many people appreciate us. So when you are among the other colleagues, they'll look at you differently. So they maybe for lack of a better word, I would say they don't even see any contribution. We have nothing we have to bring on the table. And then among the opportunities, as I say, not all is lost. We have to continue with the in-country stakeholder engagement. There is a project that we are managing, and some of the colleagues here participated. So if we could take these projects further, in fact, I was encouraging them to have projects. Then they were going to be sponsored by IFLA and go showcase about the efforts. We also have the library map of the world that actually is a repository of the SDG stories. And friends, please note that on 14th October, there are colleagues who are going to speak about the library map of the world and how they can capture your stories to showcase of the success stories that you have. And also we have to also work around our curricula. These SDGs last for a long time, not less than 10. And our curricula require us to review, the mandate that we have require us to review curricula every 5 years. So we can always include SDGs related stuff in our curricula, and also encourage the researches that we make. Our colleagues should endeavor to write researches around SDGs, because these actually rank highly. Thank you so much, moderator.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your contribution. Like I said, you will take note and ask some question and contribute at a later time. I would like to pose a question now to Professor Gatiti. You have heard about what your counterpart, that is the president of Uganda Library Association, said, as far as the association of our association here, Library Association, has adapted to participate in or contribute to the work of the government in realizing the Sustainable Development Goal. Would you like to share with us what the Library Association in Kenya has done in the same line? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So SDG is a big topic, and what we'll be doing across the country, and most of that's what I've seen also in Uganda, where conveniently, purposely, we include SDGs as a core theme in most of the conferences. I do remember for sure it was one of the themes for SKEXA, and it is also the theme over here, KRISC, which is our Kenya Library Information Services Consortium. During the AGM, SDGs was one of the themes. The Kenya Library Association, our conference and AGM, which will be happening towards the month of November, SDG will be one of the themes. But beyond that, the key question is what is the impact that other than just discussing mere stories that is felt on the ground. I don't say, in a way, SDGs, there comes some confusion in the institutions where we serve because we don't have a particular faction of a given unit within universities that is assigned the responsibilities of tracking and reporting SDGs. And in that absence, then it means we have a role as librarians. For example, for my university, we took it upon ourselves as the Office of the University Librarian to be tracking the publications which are around, and we have so far only submitted for ranking, global ranking for only 2 SDGs. Last year, I'm pleased to report we were ranked number 57 out of 1,670 globally. And then this year we are going to submit for 2 SDGs. That's it done. My thinking, like the way I was making my presentation, our role is helping the scholars track, helping them tell the story, because those are skills that we have, and also getting involved in scoping, systematic reviews, bibliometric analysis, and more so then thinking how we can assist the universities where we serve in indexing their work so that we don't have work that is scattered, yet it is related to the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And after that, the question to Dr. Caroline Ilako, we are going to ask you to participate in this. Please prepare your brief and precise question. Of course, all of us will not be in position to ask, but those few who are going to ask, make sure you are precise and accurate the point. Dr. Caroline, what strategies have libraries in your country employed to provide inclusive library services?
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before I even answer to the moderator, it is important to understand what inclusive services are. And for me, inclusive services are those services, programs, and activities that are provided to users without any discrimination. This discrimination could be based on age, socioeconomic status, sexual orientation, etc. And basically, inclusive services are intended to make library environments welcome to everybody. And so now going to the moderator's question, what are those services that libraries have engaged in that have promoted inclusivity in libraries? And one of them is basically accessibility. We all know that libraries promote accessibility to both physical and digital resources. For the physical resources, I mean general access to these libraries, to the library spaces. Are they accessible? Do we have libraries that are storage buildings and have no lifts and people with disabilities can't access them? Do we have libraries with signages, but without signages that attract only people who can read, visual people, and those with the visual impairments can't access? Yes, those are there, but we have basically promoted accessibility, one, through the ramps. If we look at the University Library of Chamboko, it has ramps. It is one of the libraries that I went to, and it's the only one that has ramps. The rest of the libraries are storage and do not have ramps.
But even those who do not have ramps have the lifts. And so that means that even a disabled person, even someone on a wheelchair, someone who can't walk, even someone who is obese is a problem, has a problem in accessing a space. So they can always use a lift to go and access a resource elsewhere. And then when I look at the digital access, I mean the inclusion of digital assistive technologies. We have had last, I think 2 weeks ago, Dr. Namleme was disseminating her research on the inclusion of the use of assistive technologies among the deaf and then hard of hearing. She's trying to promote that in libraries. And for us as librarians, you have seen the picture, I think the video from Makerere University Library, where they promote inclusive use to persons with disability. Okay. And then of course we have also had support for persons with disability besides accessibility, just the general support. What have we done? Okay. We have created spaces specifically for persons with disability. We want to encourage them to come. This is mainly at Makerere University. We want to encourage them to come and have access to information, but in a more comfortable environment where they feel welcome, where they feel a sense of belonging. So by them having that space and then they have their resources there, they feel they are welcome to use those spaces, to use the library. So that is basically promotion of accessibility and then support to persons with disability. Also, we have training and capacity building. As librarians, we have all been dumped in libraries and we have never gotten spaces involving inclusive use of library resources. But lately we are seeing that librarians are opening up and having trainings to provide services that are inclusive. For example, Makerere University still has had a 5-month training on sign language. So with that, we are able to communicate with somebody who comes and is a sign language user. We are able to communicate and then we provide that environment where they are welcome, okay? Basically, that is it. And maybe also creation of inclusive collection. By inclusive collection, we have collections that are multilingual. We have French books. We have Braille books that people who are with a visual impairment can still use. So basically, all those services that the library offers that everybody can appreciate is an inclusive service. And for now, those are the examples I will have to give. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for that explanation. Now, time has come for the audience to participate in this discussion. And if you really have a burning question, we are going to take first 3 questions, and the panelists will respond to that. Like I had earlier indicated, let's be precise. We have around 6 minutes to do that.
Thank you, moderator, and our panelists. My first question goes to the President Wulia. We are talking about contribution to the sustainable development through library. What can Olia do to ensure, or what strategy has Olia put in place to ensure that the compliance with the setup standards that are in different institutions, library, I'm talking about professionalism and what, because you can't contribute towards the sustainable development when you are not compliant. Then to Dr. Sarah Kadu, you talked about IFLA. You've been so much in IFLA and been following up IFLA codes of ethics and the standards. How can IFLA, is there a mechanism IFLA is put in place to ensure that those set up codes of ethics is followed in there in different institutions all over the world. And are we mandated that we must, can we all, all the academic institutions or libraries register with OLIA, or I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Robina. I'm from Chambogo University. My first question goes to Dr. Sarah. She talked about the contribution to sustainable development goals being looked at from an individual perspective. So what are the steps, especially that can be taken to ensure that the profession itself, so to speak, that when someone represents, the person represents the profession and not special interests as a person? That's something I wanted us to brainstorm a little bit more about. Then about the second question is to the chairperson of OLIA. I think we have a duty as a library science profession to contribute to the sustainable development goals in a very systematic way. So I would like to hear the strategies that OLIA is adopting to see that as a profession, our contribution can be identified, understood, and maybe incorporated when they are reporting about those sectors that have contributed to the sustainable development goals. I submit.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate all the presenters. I want to agree with His Excellency, Kwaro, that it seems government is not recognizing libraries well. This can be visible with weak public libraries across the country with very little support, if at all they exist. Districts are open with no libraries in the administrative structures. I want to agree with you that there. Maybe you help us. Why do you think government is not recognizing as well and allocating funds for proper infrastructure for libraries across the country? Probably on the same note, I pose to Professor Gatiti, because our senior here, Professor Sarah, tried to represent us in international fora. You had the story, the passport was detained. They think she's going to remain there, not coming back. This lack of appreciation of libraries, is it across the different countries, continents, or it is particularly our characteristic here in Uganda? And how can we maneuver to come out of this challenge? Thank you.
For the interest of time, we are going to take one and they will respond to that. But you can write your question down and we are going to collect and forward to them. They will respond even during the lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Bernard Bazirake. I think most people might not know me. I'm from Kawale University. I wish I don't have a question, but I want to take a comment to what Dr. Kadu said in her presentation, that we are all in this business of contributing to development of the country and the institutions we are in, but we are not taken serious in most cases. They look at us as having no role to play, maybe, I don't know, but may have experienced this many times. But what I would call upon the librarians to do is to come out and be bold. Join, because they keep doubting whether librarians are academic. Because librarians don't join these associations and aspire for positions in, let's say, academic association. So the people don't find us. They say maybe as one time they were saying like that librarians are like people who work in the kitchen. They don't come out. In fact, when I was here at Makere one time, I was in Mwasa. And there was a time when Mwasa was divided. There were two factions of Mwasa. So when we sat, they chose me to as a chair to reconcile Mwasa. So whenever I would go to see them, they say, but you're from the library. Yes, what's wrong with that? I'm academic. Until we managed to reconcile Mwasa, and when we went for elections, I became a general secretary. Though I didn't finish my term, I left for ICAD. But whenever they would meet, but you're from the library. What's wrong with from the library? We are academic and I'm a member of Mwasa. Even even in Chambo, even in Nikawale, where I am, people, when they hear of library, they like shudder. But what's wrong with us? People, we don't come out aggressively and face these people, and they keep underrating us. But I know we have a lot to contribute to anything that comes to our institution and the country. But they let us come out boldly and show our faces, show our body, and where there is push, we push, so that we can be taken seriously. That is my comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Bazirake, for one of the strategies on how we can actually address this issue. Well, a number of questions have come, comments. I want to start with David. David said, what strategies does WULIA have for compliance to ensure that libraries comply? Well, I think I'll make this comment also in relation to what was talked about earlier by the keynote, by the speaker, Professor Mariam Soke, who said that they expected WULIA to have developed some sort of code of standards, compliance, but it's taking long, and therefore probably CUUL should develop it. What I would wish to say is that WULIA as an association has had a number of issues, and I don't believe that you can push government when you don't have a strong foundation. The first thing we need as WULIA, as all these professionals, is to build our association. Let our association be strong. I tell you, we have over 5,000 professional librarians in Uganda here. Because I'm in a teaching institution, and I know how many students we channel out from Makerere alone. But I can tell you, when it comes to subscribing to the association, we are around 300 to 500. The rest, they just want to be there. They are not sure whether they are either librarians or not. But when they get issues, they expect the association to fight for them. So what I can say, the best thing to achieve compliance is for us first to unite ourselves. By joining the association, pick interest in this association, get the critical numbers, then we can push on government. What we need, because to comply, for institutions to comply, it requires that there must be a law, some sort of an act of parliament. For instance, you cannot set up a board when the government doesn't know you, because then what your board will go and do will not be recognized in the courts of law, and you can be challenged. So what we need is to get united. There are so many information professionals in this country. And of course, there are those who work in libraries, record centers, archives, data centers, knowledge centers. We need this critical mass. We need to bring all these people together. And then we can push on with the board, the issues of the board. And that should be in the law. But in the meantime, still the association has a number of way forwards. One is to ensure that in the country we have vibrant conferences such as this one. But I can tell you that we are speaking to ourselves, and that's a problem. Our theme being SDGs, we would have actually had a number of ministries represented here, like people from the Office of the Prime Minister, OPM, WUBOS, National Planning Authority. But they are not here, meaning that they will only read these papers sometime if they can read. Some of them don't even have libraries in their institutions, shockingly. So whatever they make, I don't know where they get their information if they don't have libraries, and these are planners. So as a way forward, Wulia is still working on this. The mantle is still on. We are still pursuing government to recognize the Uganda Library and Information Association as an association that brings together all information professionals in Uganda. So we are pushing on this, but as you know, it also requires critical masses in parliament. It requires somebody to put in a bill. And this is where I want to concur with Dr. Bazirake that we librarians, let us also be bold. 2026 is nearby. We are going to have elections. Let us have our people, librarians, go to parliament. And that's how you can push for the agenda of the library. Otherwise, if we are here speaking to ourselves, we are not in government. The challenges Dr. Sarah went through as an individual will still exist unless we come out and they participate. This takes me to second question by Dr. Namleme. Thank you so much. Strategies for achieving SDGs. First of all, what is the role of the library? When the keynote was being delivered by colleague in association, Dr. Gatiti, he said that the libraries should support research to achieve all the SDGs, which I agree with. But you see, that puts us at the back end. We are going back to the kitchen. And that's why most institutions, even government, may not recognize our role in the achievement of the SDGs. What I would suggest, in addition to supporting research in different organizations, libraries should come out clearly to provide information about these SDGs. What does this mean? That if you are entering in a library, our library patrons in different communities, let alone the university libraries, we have the public libraries, we have community libraries, they should focus their collection to ensure that they reflect on these SDGs. If we do that, we cease just being at the back of providing information to researchers, like in academic institutions, providing information to the lecturers who take all the what? The credit. But if libraries go direct by providing that information, and I would wish to say that a number of people there is a paper that was published in Nigeria on the role of library and information services in achieving SDGs, issues and challenges by Ogumodede 2023. He said, libraries need to start repackaging information to make sure it reaches the local person. We need to translate. Libraries are forgetting the core role of ensuring that there is literacy across the communities. We are not encouraging people to read in different communities. The reading tents and so on have died up. The issues of bridging the digital divide, in addition to cultural heritage, but most importantly, ensuring that there is access. Now, finally, just starting on the last question, really, by Dr. Ongaya, why is government not recognizing libraries in Uganda? I'm telling you, libraries are going through a lot of challenges, the latest being the rationalization, where you saw the libraries being moved away from the Minister of Gender under Culture. We are now under the Minister of Education. That said, in terms of the human resource, it is affecting. We no longer have the position of the director, but now we are going to have a position, a smaller position in the Minister of Education there, further complicating the issues. And of course, that also affects our budget, meaning that the National Library, which is the face of librarianship in Uganda, let us not hide our heads under the sun. However perfect our university libraries can be, but without a well-functioning National Library of Uganda, because it is the National Library of Uganda where all ministers, government officials, everybody goes, and also the district public libraries. But if they are not in good shape, what message will it give? For educational libraries, it is those who are coming to school who may enter there. So why is government not recognizing libraries? Is a big question. Of course, right now we are grappling with the issue of being recognized as scientists and not artists. This is a battle that is ongoing in universities. Even Makerere University, our staff are on, some of our staff librarians on strike. We need to be paid as scientists. And others are saying you should be paid as artists. So we still have issues in this, but what I can say, we can only be recognized if an act of parliament is passed, and we have to push for that, either through Uganda Law Reform Commission, or we get a member of parliament to table a private member's bill. Anyway, but we need to make sure that there is an act of parliament. That's when government will recognize us, just like lawyers and other professionals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the two questions. And in a special way, I would like to say thank you so much to Dr. Waziraki for helping me provide the answers. Librarians, stop being shy. Librarians, raise up your hands. The president recently told us that there is an AGM coming and also positions available for us to take on. But we are shy. We speak from the kitchen. Come up. You know, this is a home we are building. Add a brick and let us see a house grow. If you are out there and you are very quiet and you are always lamenting, if I had an opportunity, I would put that book out of the Bible. But a good thing I'm a Christian, so I can't do much. We lament, we gossip, we talk bad about others. Please, this is the trouble. How come other people are standing out? Just to add on the answers provided, if someone says, I'm interested in you because at least we see impact, and not impact from any other person, why not? But what we try to do, support our discipline, is by saying, yes, it's me, but even if I didn't get permission, I'm speaking on behalf of everyone who belongs to this discipline. And that's how we turn it around. And that is our role. And let us not look inside the box, but also outside the box. There are related disciplines coming up. Media and information literacy. But you find it's the same person. Moderator of the session was kind when he was introducing us. And he said, I'm an advocate of media and information literacy. I'm an advocate of internet governance. I'm an advocate of SDGs, but I didn't go to school to learn these things. How do you better yourself? Now there is data literacy coming on board. Data science. Where are we? And also, let us not be too mean. No one sent us for the sacks of money that we want to collect. Every time you ask people, please save even 20,000, that will be a sack of cement. It's the same people you see. If we can improve this attitude and change the culture we have, then we can walk further. You know that African proverb? If you want to walk fast, you can complete it. Now there is another related conference coming up in Kenya in a few days. But we want to call ourselves names. We are really struggling and talking about smaller things, leaving out the bigger things. Personally, I don't even mind being called a librarian, but you find people struggling, data librarians, so many big names. But what are we doing? Let us impact. I'm interested in impacting the society, impacting the community. Do something small. Let people see you as opposed to you talking about yourself. How knowledgeable you are, how learned you are. You know, we go to graduations, some of us are invited many times. People say, you're my information scientist. Who told you I'm going to dust books? What did you do? What? You know, these are some of the challenges we have. Please stand up, raise your hands, tell people, here I am, this is what I can do. And you do it. Dr. Baziraki said we are contributing in one or another. But that someone again said, it's not enough to tell those stories. Where are the statistics? How shall we know that you are doing this? We are now saying, calling upon you, attend the library map of the world webinar. Coming up on 14th. But you people are going to say, my data now is spending. It's not even a lot of data. We call them free things. I even sometimes wonder whether they are free, as we call them. Invest in yourself. I talked this morning to a few colleagues I saw who are participating in that workshop, the Kenya workshop. We want to call it that because it has a long name. They said we are sponsoring ourselves. I said, wonderful. How I wish we had other people doing the same, various spaces. Then librarians would be represented. We are also tired of seeing ourselves. If I don't see Carol here, I will see Dr. Baziraki, I will see Professor Magara. Why not others? Save these other things. You know, I think knowledge is more than the material wealth. You can become rich that way. Some of us are not rich, but we want to invest in knowledge and become rich that way. You don't even laugh at me when you see me, my car stopping on the road, no fuel. When I'm driving that DMC, we used to call them the DMC, dangerous mechanical something. Yeah? Because we are saving for these opportunities and improve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Takitoba.
Thank you. So, my reflection, colleagues, let us put it this way. Access to information is a human right. And the librarians are keepers of information. So if access to information is a human right, then that brings to you the notion about the importance of the librarian. When it comes to the appreciation of the librarians and the library as a profession, it has to start with ourselves, how we carry ourselves, and in those forums in our respective institutions, whether we usually choose to go and sit at the back or whether we would carry ourselves with importance and sit towards the front. For example, in my university, whenever I'm told there's something in the lecture theater, I usually go towards the front, and it is the headache of the ushers to know what to do with me. Why? Because I take myself that if I'm coming from the library where I've been very busy, for me to come and spend 10, 20 minutes, it must be something very important. Hence, you have to kind of also appreciate that an important person called Peter from the library has come. Having said that, I was fascinated when I went to Chicago and I visited the Public Library of Chicago. Because what I realized last time, the mayor of Chicago, the most important facility that can define his term as a politician is actually the library. And they do that through sponsoring the library to have some qualified teachers to come and sit in the library in the evening, so that when students come from school at 3:30, instead of going home, they can go to the public library, sit there, and under the supervision of the teachers, they can do their homework. Then when the parents go to pick them, they have already done their homework, and it is a win-win situation, because even for the parents, sometimes we do know it's frustrating when kids come at home, they want you to assist them, say in mathematics, and the last time you did calculus is maybe 20 years ago. So then it means that then ends up putting the librarians in the core picture of the libraries. There are programs out there. One of them is Montesson International Library Program. Those who attended SCEXA, they saw the director. I invited her, Professor Chu Clara, and she is looking forward to working with people like ourselves so that she could help us to make our profession be heard. I do know for sure, I had a chance to talk to Vicky McDonald, the current president of IFRA, and where the difference is between us and people from North America and Europe, and of course places like Australia. When Vicky was named the president of IFRA, her organization, where she works as, I think, the university librarian, they automatically, and it is constituted in their policies, 90% of our work will be for IFRA and 10% shall be for her university. Now, this is where the challenge is. Someone like Dr. Sarah Kandu, she is very active in IFRA, AFIRIA, SCEXA, and other associations of interest. But she does that out of passion and using our own spare time. There's no way Makerere University would allow Sarah Kandu to have 90% of our time serving associations, 10% serving Makerere, and that's where she's drawing her check from. So that challenge exists, and we also have to know then we just can only serve out of our own a passion for it, without expecting our organizations to be always the ones footing the bill. Allow me to use my personal journey as a librarian. To me, it is important because I serve in a university with presence in 6 countries. and it can be very much Northern American centric in terms of senior leadership and Asian centric. But in the same university, even on our website, the senior most person of African descent is myself, a librarian. So then it means whenever we are called upon to serve, let us see our primary profession as that of being a librarian, but let us also not feel like because you are a librarian, you cannot become the vice chancellor, deputy vice chancellor, head of even planning. Like I'm very good in planning buildings. So I see myself sometimes being called to get into planning committee for buildings, not only libraries, but other buildings as well. There was a question that was asked about in case we want to monitor SDGs in our respective universities, which kind of tools must we use? In my presentation, I flagged in a number of tools. So tool number one is Scopus. Scopus is owned by Elsevier, and they are a part of our exhibitors this morning. So what we do when we break and we get a chance to interact with Elsevier, let us ask them about Scopus. And in case it continues being as expensive as it used to be, then the responsibility of CUUL is to try and negotiate a license for Scopus for Uganda. The other one is known as SIVO. I believe in Kenya, we are enjoying SIVO courtesy of some KNet. And over here, I've seen an equivalent of KNet. I cannot remember their name. The guys running with Edrom. So if they reached out to Elsevier, they can do a similar deal like the one we are having. And then the other tool, which I mentioned is there for free, is called Altmetrics Explorer. But the paid for version, like the one that I'm using, is also there. Free version is available only for librarians. Paid for version, I'm paying, I think, $6,000, but can be cheaper than that. And finally, the body of knowledge that helps you to interact with those tools and be able to provide meaningful data is known as bibliometrics analysis. So when you undertake bibliometrics analysis to help your universities tell the story, when you undertake systematic reviews to help scholars and even yourselves bring together the body of knowledge on SDGs, that now is a sure bet of getting your relevance in your university as an expert of SDGs. Thank you.
Dr. Karo?
Thank you very much. Somebody asked me, should sign language be included on the library course? I think this is a complex question for me to answer because there are processes for a course to be included in the curriculum of the university. But I think it is a skill that you can learn even after your course. So as a librarian, as Dr. Kadu has said, we need to invest in ourselves. That is something that you can pick interest in and just learn it to make your work easier at your service points. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You will also in 10 seconds, please, your last one.
For having picked me as one of the panelists, and to you members who have put aside your time to come and listen to us. Thank you very much.
Prof.
Thank you. Mine is to say, we had MDGs. With us is SDGs, and we don't know what will come after SDGs, but role to play, and that role is articulated because access to information is a human right. Thank you.
My parting shots are, we have 17 SDGs with 169 targets but we cannot achieve all of them at one go. Just prioritize your best 2 or 3 and then work around them very well. Report success stories, share, and develop statistics, and we shall be there. Thank you.
Well, before I say my parting shots, I would like to take this opportunity as the president of Uganda Library and Information Association to invite you to our AGM, which is coming up on 15th November 2024. It will be at MOOBS. Please, this AGM will be unique because it involves voting in new executives. I want to encourage all list professionals to actually come and attend this. Of course, we have done some things, we have not done all. And it is now your turn also to come and give a hand to the association. During that AGM, we are also going to have a training, CPD. We encourage you to come and still gain new skills. And we shall also have a dinner. So please, it's important that you come to network. And I would also love to probably say it publicly that I will not be coming back as a president. So I encourage other professionals to prepare. Of course, it involves that you encourage people to subscribe and pay subscription fees. Otherwise, they will not be able to vote for you. Finally, whereas people want to use libraries as stepping stones on the ladder while they are climbing, they forget that information is power. Therefore, information will always have a central role to play in any development agenda. With this, I encourage the government of Uganda to reach out to information professionals and actually incorporate them while they are coming up with all these beautiful ideas to take Uganda forward. Whether it is PDM, whether it is the National Development Plan 4, whether it is any program government is coming up with, they should put information professionals at the heart of it. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
I've been given an opportunity to speak to you, requesting you to join the Africa section of IFLA. IFLA is a global voice of librarians at that level. Then we have AFLIA, global voice of librarians continentally. Then we have SCEXO, our continental voice of librarians in that region. But we also have the IFLA Africa section. Someone asked, how does IFLA speak to us? IFLA speaks to us through sections, and in this case through Africa section, and Africa section speaks to library associations, in this case WULIA, and you are members to WULIA, so we are also requesting you to become members to Africa section of IFLA. And membership is free of charge. Enroll, learn a lot, get opportunities, and share your views. Let your thoughts be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I take the opportunity also to thank you for participating in this discussion. And I, in special way, want to thank all the panelists for their brilliant ideas and discussion. And for me, we have decided to bring this one to an end. Thank you so much.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me request you to give another hand of applause to the panelists. Dear panelists, we thank you so much for this session. And right now, we're going to have a presentation from Silicon Overdrive.
Thank you, organizers, for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Oh. Just give us a minute to set this up. My name is Eric Odipo from Silicon Overdrive. When you see the word silicon, and I know many people told us that they were very interested, Silicon Overdrive. Immediately you think of technology, and Overdrive feels like you are running really fast. But I am here to just not so much talk about our name, which was coined 27 years ago, but to be able to just talk about how we have been assisting universities and learning institutions and people holding repositories and resource centers, how we've been assisting them when it comes to technology. I want to briefly talk about, shortly my presentation will be up. I want to briefly talk about embracing digital technology to enhance library and information services. Now, members, in the current world, things are moving very fast. And I really enjoy the panel that has just gone before us. I took quite a bit of notes and quotes. And one of the things that all the speakers have been promoting is that things are changing. And Professor Maria said that technology is moving really fast. And she said that we need to make technology work for us and not the other way around. So now technology is one of those things like, it's like wind. Depending on how you position yourself, it can disrupt you or it can blow you to places you wouldn't get by yourself. And I want to interest us in how as people in charge of knowledge and librarians, how we can use and leverage technology to better our services. And I'd like to borrow a quote from Dr. Peter. And you said that librarians are keepers of access to information is a human right, and librarians are keepers of that information. Now, that is a very powerful quote. We are keepers of that information, and therefore we are responsible both for the storage and the dissemination of that information. It is, let me speak as a student, because I'm from Kenya, but I have studied in Uganda for 2.5 years. So I owe a lot here. So even just being able to come back here, I'm feeling like, yeah, I have an opportunity to give back, but to share knowledge and to give benefits out of the knowledge I also gained from here. So let me say something that we have a responsibility to adapt to the changing needs of our students, of our users and other off-takers of our services, as opposed to them adapting to how we disseminate information. Because for example, the current group of students, the way they access or they would like to access information is highly digital. And therefore, For us to be able to educate them, to give them information, we need to adapt through technology to their way of capturing information, as opposed to quote unquote compelling them to access information the way we know. So as Silicon Overdrive, we are a technology company and founded since 1995. And in our ICT services, one of the things we do is that we help libraries and information services to adapt the relevant technology they need to make their services available. For example, one of the things that we do is in the libraries, you have repositories. You host your repositories, and students, researchers, other libraries access that. Now, sometimes the repository is not available, and it's not your fault as a librarian. The repository is not accessible. It's not your fault as the librarian, because you already put it. You put the information, you put the content. But it is the infrastructure that is letting you down. Because the hardware where you have put your repository, when there's a blackout and a power failure in the institution, suddenly your repository is not available, and I dare say globally. Now, many of you, your resources are being accessed by people, not just here, but globally. I in a library recently, and I asked them, who are the people using this repository of yours? Because you've really built it, and they started mentioning the continents. They went all the way from South America to the North America. They went to Europe, Far East, and parts of Africa. And those are the people depending on the unique knowledge that is in their repository. But then they have a problem. Their repository, where it is hosted, is subject to so many factors. And one of them, I said, just blackout. I mean, it just rains and it's a blackout. And a researcher in Mexico gets punished in the middle of their research because there's a blackout in a local place in Kenya or Uganda. Why? In this digital information age. And so we interested them on the solution of how we could host this on a more stable platform. Some of the universities that we have been able to assist, allow me just to take a step back. We have a regional office in Nairobi where one of my colleagues have come with. I have Tracy here. She's one of my colleagues from a Nairobi office. And we take care of Sub-Saharan Africa, but we also have our headquarters in Cape Town. We are big on the education and public sector, specifically in Sub-Saharan Africa. And these are some of the universities that we have worked with, just for example. Pan-African Christian University is based in Kenya. We have worked with the University of Pretoria, University of Wits, St. Joseph's Marist College as well. Members, may I submit that it's time. It's time. Our user expectations are changing rapidly. And it's very important at this stage that we need to empower libraries, both in terms of the knowledge skill, like our panelists have strongly advocated, us upgrading our skill level, but secondly, also enhancing our systems. Because this means then we have to change the culture on how we view technology. Because I'm in the tech space, you can imagine, I've been in many forums, and I can draw a dividing line between sections of our society that are benefiting from technology and sections that are being disrupted by technology. Financial services have embraced technology as their lifeline. Like, if we don't adapt, it's like adapt or die kind of attitude. And they are some of the greatest adopters of technology, and it's really benefiting them. If you look at graphs right now, even in terms of financial benefit and reach, for example, even mobile technology and all. One of the things that enhanced adoption of mobile phones is because people want to use it for financial services. So people in finance have gone all out looking to use technology to enhance. They are looking at technology as a friend, not a foe. And I'm speaking because 3 weeks ago, we were in a finance event like this, but people had come from all over. They are hearing there is a fintech event. People flew from all over Africa and all over the world coming. Then, a week before that, there was a forum for climate tech. So the people in climate tech, and they coined their conference to be climate tech using technology. It's like using technology to bring about eco-friendly solutions. And people flooded. They are looking at technology, and therefore the people who are funding, for example, are happy to facilitate that and to fund that. Why? These people are looking at technology as a friend, not a foe. And therefore, I'd like to interest us members, while people are passionate about enhancing their own service delivery, different corners of the lawyers, medical, the health tech. We were in the health tech, and they're looking at how they can embrace technology to enhance their medical services. So even us within the library, we can embrace technology as a friend, not a foe. What have we learned? Apologies. So I'd like to put these 3 points to us. Please prioritize the state of your technology and technology adoption. And I want you to strongly consider best practices when it comes to embracing technology. And let's learn from each other. I hope this audio will play. I want to show you a video of someone who has embraced technology in managing their library services. The audio will play? Yeah, okay, I'm playing it. I start again. There you go.
My name is Jocelyn Rutere. I'm the university librarian at Pan Africa Christian University.
My name is Sadati Okeo. I work at Pan Africa Christian University as the systems librarian.
I'm Eric Odipo, business development lead for Silicon Overdrive Kenya office.
My name is Iparashia. I am an AWS Cloud Solutions Architect at Silicon Overdrive, which is an AWS Advanced Partner.
And we're so excited to be launching our new institutional repository. And an institutional repository is basically an archive, an internal archive of the institution's publications. And for our institutional repository, we've named it Gala. Gala is a Swahili word that we've chosen as the name of our repository. Gala means a pantry. It means a storage, a place where you store your produce. Our farm produce in this case are just our institutional publications. This could mean thesis, exam data banks, conference proceedings, and other artifacts in the institution.
So Silicon coming in as an advanced AWS partner, we provided the technical expertise necessary to architect the solution, implement it, and also access funding, like certain AWS credits and funding programs that offset some of the costs for the initial migration, making it cost effective for the university, making it, the project was implemented in record time, and now they have very good uptime, excellent user interfaces, good customer service, And therefore, I believe now they have a solution that can also scale.
Taking into consideration our work with other educational institutions, it simply made sense for PAC University to contact us to accompany them on their exciting venture into the world of cloud computing. As one of the largest private tertiary educational institutions in Kenya that offers their students an online study option, it simply made sense for PAC to move from on-premises IT infrastructure to the cloud. We're absolutely thrilled with the outcome of this migration. And as an added bonus, we've done an AWS well-architected framework review to ensure that AWS security best practices have been applied in the new PAC environment.
Just to talk something on the migration bit from on-premise to the AWS platform, we've seen quite a number of benefits from them. There's the speed and agility. It's quite easy. Decommissioning and commissioning of instances, you just do them by a snap. It's not really a complex process.
So we started this initiative or this engagement with PAC University and Silicon Overdrive, who's an AWS advanced partner, a while back. And we are really honored and glad to be here to launch this. And from Amazon Web Services, I can say that this is the first of its kind in Kenya.
So there is quite a number of challenges that would usually prompt a business to migrate their workloads to the cloud. But I think the primary one that we see quite a lot is usually on very high initial costs. This is more common with startups and small businesses, because as you can imagine, if you want to set up a new workload, that means I have to buy a new server, I have to buy disks, I have to set up the networking, and that can get very expensive very fast. So with a cloud environment, you already have all that provision for you. You're essentially just renting out space and paying only for what you're utilizing at that particular moment. So it takes away from those very high initial costs of having to set that up yourself in your own on-premise environment.
So this new upgraded system, the good thing about it, it doesn't crash compared to the other one that we used to have, so this one is very efficient. Even as you maneuver around, as you do your work, it really helps you. So that's a plus, that's a great thing, and it's a positive thing. So kudos to, this amazing cloud storage that we have that is very, very efficient.
We have the expertise. We have over 100 certificational competencies within our company. That's our headache. You focus on your core, what is important to you. And then it's our job to leverage technology to help you shine.
So ladies and gentlemen, it is our job to leverage technology to help you to shine. That's our headache. There are certain lessons that we have picked when we have worked with many learning institutions. And one of the challenges we have picked is that we have many frustrated users, because you saw that student there talking about how the system was using systems that are being provided by the library. It was a bit frustrating. And especially they told us during exam time and such periods, it was very frustrating. We have many systems, but the portals in which we are giving our people access is very unstable. Now you're getting bad user experiences. Unfortunately for us, the generation we are dealing with also have very short attention span, and they have very short. So if I come to your portal once, I come twice, I have a challenge, I never come again. I start logging into a portal for a university that's maybe in the Far East to try and get the same resources. But the solution for that is improved visibility, because when you move to a more stable platform for your public-facing resources, I'm talking public-facing resources. I know there are private data and information that you need to keep on-premise and to guard it to be able to fulfill the law, and that's important. But public-facing resources that you want that are actually supposed to be being published, resources that are actually supposed to be disseminated, resources that are actually supposed to be being used for collaboration, Those are the resources that we say, please put them on a global infrastructure that will allow users to use it from everywhere. Another challenge we have seen is that the libraries and institutions have weak backup processes and procedures. I won't say no backup, I will say weak backup, because I want to be nice. We are weak backup. So in other words, on Monday, I had a sit-in in one of our universities, and I met the entire ICT team now. So I asked them, we have been discussing and on a journey to try and assist them to have better resilience for 4 years. So I asked them, what do you have now? They named for me 5 critical systems, including the library system that they have for their school. Where is it? There's a server there, they locate a point, it's there. How do you do your backup? He said, we take disks, they have disks, and then they, every now and then, you know, they back up information there. And the hard disk is also there. Okay, so if there's a, God forbid, a disaster in this premise, both the primary and the backup is gone. So I said, let's simulate an example. Let's simulate. Let's say someone by mistake pours coffee on that server. What will happen? They said, we will be down all the school systems and all the library systems. How long will it take to restore that? I said, let's think of using emergency procurement procedures, not even the normal one. They said the best they could do is 1 week. And so I asked them, what will be the impact of the school being down for a week? I'm just trying to, what would that mean for you? They were even scared to answer. Now, we have very weak backup solution, and the solution there is there. The solution is having backup systems that are restorable. The kind of systems that you have on the platform, modern technology, are such that you can not only back up automated backup that does not require human effort, therefore is not prone to human error, automated backup, as well as backup that can be restored. A backup is only good as when it can restore. It's like a bank is only as good as when you can withdraw money if you need it. The other challenge we have seen in libraries is that they have very low budgets and old infrastructure. That is not a good combination. When you have poor infrastructure, and I mean infrastructure to host your critical information, at the same time you have low budget to support it, that is not a good combination. However, there is a solution. You saw there, Park University, there are some funding programs that are running for the education sector when we are working together with Amazon Web Services, who are the infrastructure providers. And they were able to leverage and benefit from some of those. So they don't take away all your costs, they mitigate and offset some of your costs so that you are able to still accomplish what you want to accomplish. Lastly, is the lack of a framework for disaster management for digital archives. So libraries, you are also, archivists are also part of the library and information systems. And this has been a big problem with archivists. They are telling us we have digital resources. So digital resources are primarily in 2 ways. There are resources that have been digitized. So these are resources that were once hard copy, and many of you have resources that are hard copy, and you are in the process of digitizing for preservation, isn't it? Secondly, there are also resources that are digital native. You know, the resource was born digital, and it has remained digital. So those are they're just digital native resources, what you call e-resources, and some of great resources that are even some of our colleagues out there. Now, they back them, they take all these resources and put them on a digital archive. And this is a box that could be maybe at the back of the room there. It's just a box that is there. But because there's no other copy of that anywhere else, you run a risk of work that may have taken months and months of pulling resources, putting librarians in so much pressure. They have uploaded so much research from, I don't know when, PhD papers, you know, masters and all of this put together, past papers, they are all there. But that box that you have put there, there's no backup of it anywhere digitally. Right now, there are fantastic backup solutions with best practice, with top-notch security that they can assist you. So that at the very least, you can say, I have lost my infrastructure, but I still have my data. Isn't that better news than saying, I have lost my data, but I've bought a new server. Isn't it? Yeah, imagine. So I'd like to interest you. Let me close with these 3 important considerations. I'd like us as members, I'd like to leave us with 3 important considerations. In this digital age, there are 3 important considerations. Number 1, emerging technology is an opportunity and not an enemy. It's an opportunity and not an enemy. Number 2, digital technology enhances access and also enhances collaboration. The kind of, for example, the kind of enhancement Park University has upgraded to, the kind of enhancement University of Pretoria, University of Wits have upgraded to, is now enhancing their ability to collaborate. And you universities carry so much even unique knowledge. You have such unique repositories, but your power is in your coming together. That is why CUUL is very powerful being together than you have scattered knowledge. Now imagine if you have like a Uganda repository. I mean, think about it. You will attract researchers coming from all over because that kind of gathering of resources is not available anywhere else. You know, I visited a library who have information, have books and information that nobody else has in the world, you know, and so people are streaming in to pick that. So technology will enhance collaboration. And finally, members, digital archiving needs to consider retrieval, scalability, and durability. Don't just have an external disk. Like in one university I visited, they literally have a disk, 1 terabyte disk, and they connect to the laptop, and that's where they back up. Digital archiving, don't have that and tick a box and say I have digitally archived. Digital archiving, I'm giving you best practice, needs to consider retrieval. How fast can you retrieve what you have put? It needs to consider scalability. As your resources grow, is your infrastructure able to grow with it? Scalability. And it needs to consider durability. You know, how many of you have flash disks or external disks which you can no longer access the information there? Just because you kept it for some years and now you can no longer access. And that is why you need to move to more robust solutions that can help you. And I'll finish with this statement. Through digital technology, we can quickly innovate. We as libraries, information custodians of knowledge, we can quickly innovate and transform how our libraries and information services participate in promoting sustainable development. We have a chance to participate. We have a chance to participate, but we need to leverage technology. Technology does not replace other things, but we need to strongly leverage technology. It shouldn't be tech people coming to us librarians, convincing us to use technology. Adapt what the other industries are doing. These other industries are challenging technology. They are challenging ICT experts. They are challenging our young, brilliant developers. Even here in Uganda, I've met some of them. These industries are the ones challenging them to give them solutions. They are giving them problems. Can you solve this? Can you give me an application that does this? Can you give me a system that is able to help me do this? Most of my students are this and that. Can you give me an application where when students walk into the library, they get a WhatsApp to just remind them to come to the library again, or a WhatsApp to tell them to return a book? Or we need to be the ones challenging the tech to give us solutions, but it shouldn't be the tech coming to convince us to adapt technology. Technology is a friend. And some of you have already benefiting because you have already embraced technology to enhance your library services. But I want to onboard all of us. And I believe that we will be able to participate in sustainable development. We are here, Tracy and myself, right out here. Let's have a conversation. Let's pick contracts. Let's exchange contacts. Let's start conversing on how we can assist you. You can scan that QR code, but my contacts are there. But we are here today and tomorrow to be able to assist you. We're your allies. We are your friends. Yeah. So thank you for this opportunity to present, and have a good time.
Thank you so much, Eric. Could we give him another round of applause? Yeah, so those with questions, inquiries, please don't forget Silicon Overdrive is just outside in the exhibition halls. Please, you'll find time and get back to them for any further inquiries or questions. So a few announcements. The places of convenience are outside where we had our break tea from, but on the upper floor, on the right still. The ones on this floor are not functioning. Then also, just right outside when you're moving out here, on the right, there's a table which has CUUL merchandise. There are cups, flasks, t-shirts, shirts, jumpers. Please feel free to pass by and support CUUL. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that our sessions for today are going to start. So our first session is going to be chaired by Dr. Mary Achanit. And as Dr. Achanit comes by, I'd like to let you know a little bit about her. Dr. Mary Achanit works as the librarian and head library ICT section at Chambogo University. Like we were told earlier, the second biggest university in Uganda. She holds a PhD in information science that she obtained from University of South Africa, also known as UNISA. And she has also previously presented papers at international conferences. So join me welcome Dr. Achanit Mary as our first session chair. Dr. Achanit, you're welcome.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, my name is Mary Achanit. I work at Chambogo University. And before I kick off this session, I'd like to recognize the presence of the university librarian, Chambogo University. Also, we had the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, who was our guest speaker today. And all the previous speakers, the keynote speaker, the panelists spoke about inclusivity and what the library can do. So I'm proud to say that my employer, Chambogo University, is big on staff development and supports professional growth. That's why I'm here. So through Dr. Liz Tate to the university management, thank you for offering us a chance to grow professionally. Now I'll be chairing the first session, which is community outreach and engagement. In other words, there's also bibliometrics. This session will have 2 speakers and there's a little adjustment in the speakers. The first speaker will be Barbara Apolot and Luja Abdallah Aziz from Soroti University. May I request you to come forward? And then the next speaker, instead of Mr. Mutala Musa from Umar in Nigeria, we shall be having Dr. Namuleme Robina. So I request the 2 to come forward. The presenters will present their papers for 15 minutes, and then you take note of their questions. Once they're done presenting, and we will be able to direct the question to the specific presenter, and then they answer them together. So as Barbara comes forward, so as Barbara comes forward, Barbara, you can, since you'll be the first speaker, you can take on the mic. I would like to introduce her. Barbara Apolot is the head librarian at Soroti University. Her research interests, she is very passionate about libraries offering outreach services to communities. Her study, which is on computational thinking, focuses on bridging the digital divide in young learners and grooming future programmers, regardless of the different social and economic background. Barbara is a student of PhD in information science at Makerere University. She also holds a Master of Science in Information Science and a Bachelor of Library Information Science, all from Makerere. She has headed Soroti University since 2018, and before then, she worked as a librarian at the National Library of Uganda from 2010 to 2017. She also serves as the Eastern Region
Regional Coordinator for the Uganda Library Association. So today, she is sharing together with her colleague, Luja Abdulaziz, their study, which is an impact survey from a project between Soroti University and Liver Foundation. Let's put our hands together for Barbara and Luja.
One little announcement. So as the session is going on, presenters, watch out. There's someone who'll be showing the flashcards to show that time. So yeah, when they show you that time, please try to wind up your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the time reminder will come in after 10 minutes so that you don't go beyond the 15 minutes.
All right.
Don't panic. Come
It's
in,
fine.
so you get
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Like I've already been introduced, I'm Barbara Plot, and I'm sharing our presentation together with my colleague, Abdulaziz Ruja. And sub-theme that we are addressing is on community outreach and engagement. May I request Ruja, you come and scroll through the presentations while I speak? You can scroll. Okay, so maybe you can first go back to the topic. Yeah, the topic we're handling is on enhancing computational thinking ability for young childhood learners. Next. And maybe to give you an overview of what the study is about. Our study basically tackles technology. As we all know that technology today is dominating different sectors of the economy. And we all note that in the attempt to address digital illiteracy in developing countries like our own Uganda, Uganda is trying, there's always an attempt to donate computers to schools, to communities. We also note that Uganda has introduced ICT as a course in secondary school. And recently, the government also accepted the use of mobile phones in schools. However, this approach is not very effective because it doesn't deal with the skills gap. The internet cost in our country is still very high. Luja, can you, okay? It's still very high. And the maintenance costs for these computers is also a challenge for most of our stakeholders, the schools and individuals. So in this study, we realized that introducing of more sophisticated technologies like the coding kits is one way in which we can adopt as libraries, as schools, in order to instill coding skills, computational skills to our young learners. So our paper is basically examining an initiative which we did at Soroti University together with our partners from Liver Foundation South Africa in our bid to foster coding skills among the young learners. So, like I've already hinted, just go back, a step back. Just to emphasize on the problem that we're trying to address, the problem is the issue of technology, which is of significance to our society today. And it's raising a concern on how ready we are as Uganda to handle this digital challenge. And we realize that there is need for us to carry out more studies to be able to address this digital challenge in our communities in order to prepare our young generations for what is ahead of them. So in this study, we're addressing mainly two objectives. One, which is to evaluate whether coding pedagogy, which is teaching coding skills to young learners, is actually of benefit to the children, and also to evaluate whether it's of importance for us to integrate coding into our primary school curriculums. The methodology that we used, basically, we used a case study so that we could gain a broad understanding of the topic that we're handling. And we divided this study. So what we're reporting today is mainly the quantitative findings that we got. And we basically used the questionnaire. We basically sampled the population of primary school teachers, both the government and primary schools, whom we engaged in a coding workshop. You know, before in this project, we usually go to the schools, teach children coding skills, but this time we brought the teachers into the coding workshop so that they could be able to experience the coding and be able to evaluate, to really give us a feedback on whether coding is of benefit to the young learners. So in our study, we had a sample of 25 teachers and librarians. And from the 25, we managed to get feedback from 14 of them, 18 of them, whereby 14 were teachers, and then the other 4 were lead professionals. Those were the librarians. On objective 1, which is the importance of coding pedagogy for young learners, when after the participants had engaged in the coding themselves, they really appreciated that coding was of relevance to the children. So when the teachers engaged in the coding workshop, the table you see there, some of the skills which the teachers appreciated, that when you engage children in coding, these are some of the skills which they develop. I'll just run through. They appreciated that children develop digital literacy skills when they engage in coding at young age. It also improves on their critical thinking. You know, when you engage children in coding at a young age, they start to think, because as they try to develop different algorithms, solving problems here and there, their thinking capacity improves. And then also the competition environment amongst them motivates them to perform better. Developing creativity amongst themselves, reasoning, teamwork. You know, as you code as a group, it develops that spirit of teamwork amongst yourselves. And those many other skills. That was from the teachers. And then the other one, after teachers had appreciated what coding can do to the children, we tried to ask them to give their opinion on whether it is really important for us as Uganda, because some countries like South Africa have already doing this. They have integrated coding into their primary school curriculums. So we wanted to find out from our own teachers, should we incorporate this coding to the young learners? And we had a good response of 94%, backing up the view that indeed we should do, incorporate coding into our primary school curriculum as Uganda. And those were some of the reasons they gave, that it develops the cognitive skills. It's suitable for the young nursery lower age. It also creates them awareness of technology, computing skills, and many others. So from these findings, we realized that indeed, what the teachers gave us was similar to what other studies had said. For example, when the teachers mentioned about building career path in software engineering, that view was similar to what someone else said, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which acknowledged the increasing job market for software developers worldwide. And then also, when teachers mentioned about the suitability of having coding skills for nursery and lower primary school level, this one was also backed up by another study, which recommended that incorporating coding concepts, even at the kindergarten level, leads to better understanding and development in technology. So when you initiate coding to a child at a young age, that knowledge and involvement with technology starts early. Some of us touched computers when we reached university. So this would be a good opportunity for our young learners. And lastly, when the teachers mentioned about children being able to learn new concepts using games, you know, when you're introducing coding skills to young learners, you don't go straight to the computer itself, but you use gamified methods, like I talked about the coding kits. So the teachers appreciated that. And also this one was backed up by another study, which suggested that indeed, coding education can be taught without significantly impacting on budgets. Some of us lament so much on money, but coding skills is something you can introduce without any money. As I conclude, the study is essential for young learners, and it should be included in primary school curriculum to equip our young learners with the demands of the digital world. Our recommendations to stakeholders, for example, the educators, is that we advocate on the value of allowing mobile phones in schools so as to expose children to the current technologies. To our policymakers, the study also advocates for the government intervention to produce policies that and guidelines to enable schools incorporate ICTs in different primary school levels, from kindergarten to primary and secondary. And then to ask the lead institutions, the lead practitioners, this study is motivating all of us to be part and parcel of the fight against digital literacy within our communities. We have coding kits, and we can connect you as a librarian so that you can also be able to reach out to your communities and teach children how to code. I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Barbara, for that presentation. Another round of applause to them for keeping time. Please take your seats. The audience, please take your questions and we shall ask them after Dr. Namuleme has presented. So allow me introduce the next presenter, Dr. Namuleme Robina. She is going to present on digital accessibility to academic librarians for teaching, learning, and research for staff and students with visual impairment. Dr. Namuleme is a distinguished library and information science professional with a remarkable academic journey as a university librarian at Nkumba University. She was an expatriate university librarian at the University of Rwanda and is currently the acting head of Department of Library and Information Science at Chambogo University. Dr. Namuleme is a postdoctoral fellow at the Consolidating Early Career Academics Program, SECAP 2022 to 2024 at Makerere University. She also has dedicated her time and expertise to the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries, where she previously served as the founding executive secretary from 2002 to 2006. She was a treasurer at CUUL from 2006 to 2008 and the chairperson of the e-resources functional committee from 2014 to 2016. Dr. Namuleme holds a PhD in library and information science, specializing in health informatics from the University of Sheffield in the UK. She has a master's in business administration from Nkumba University, a diploma in information systems management with distinction from UPTEC, computer education, and a bachelor's degree in library and information science with a second-class honors upper division from Makerere University. She is also an external examiner for the East African School of Library and Information Science at Makerere University, as well as the Department of Library and Information Science at the University of South Africa. Her commitment to library and information science and her remarkable journey continues to inspire and shape the future of this field. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Namuleme.
morning. Good afternoon, colleagues. As he manages the ICT, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present this study that I'm very passionate about. As introduced, I will not talk a lot more about myself, but I want to make these important remarks about digital inclusion and how it pertains to library and information science. This study is, as explained, is part of a bigger doctoral study. What I'm presenting to you here is a small part of the doctoral study that I've been undertaking since 2022 to date. And it intrigued me for one reason, that we have this section of library clientele that hasn't received sufficient attention. And where the attention has been given, it has mainly been on looking at the physical inclusion, where institutions have paid a lot of attention to maybe having ramps created, ensuring that you have friendly toilets. But then when it comes to digital inclusion in its actual sense, there's a gap. And this is the gap that this study has addressed. The study entailed looking at a number of stakeholders in this. So it included persons with disabilities, but with the three distinct disabilities. So I focused mainly on persons with visual impairment, persons with hearing impairment, and persons with complicated physical impairment. Those that would need digital inclusion, but would not be able to use their limbs in a way that another person would. So these are the people that participated. And also, I included persons that support teaching and learning. And these are librarians, and I want to appreciate the librarians and reference librarians who took part in this study. I also had to include persons that are in charge of e-learning platforms and e-learning systems to see how inclusive they are in terms of supporting persons with visual, hearing, and physical impairment. I also included the persons that are in charge of disability support service units, because they are the custodians of the persons with disabilities. So these gave a lot of insights on how inclusion is understood within universities in Uganda. The universities that participated were mainly 4, and these were public in nature. We wanted to include some few private institutions, but it wasn't possible because we could only do a study where an organization where a university has given consent for us to participate. So there are some universities that we requested but could not allow us for reasons best known to them. So the study entirely reports about findings from public universities in Uganda. So I'll just give a quick background. I've just given a quick background, and I'll go quickly to why this is important. This study is important because technology makes life easy for persons without disabilities, but it creates possibilities for persons with disabilities. And that means that then we cannot in any way hide our heads under the sand when it comes to serving persons with disabilities. And for today's presentation, I'm just going to pick a small bit of the study, and it's going to mainly focus on persons with visual impairment. And we're going to look at how a library is doing it. So I'm not going to talk about how ICT is doing it or how the disability support units are doing it, but we're going to focus mainly on the libraries, because this is really very important to us as the LIS professionals. So if we want to look at the statistics to see how serious the issue is, at least 1.3 billion people in the world experience a significant disability. And within Uganda, at least 4.5 million people experience a form of disability. And also, 15% of these are women. So there are more women with disabilities, and the prevalence is higher in rural areas than in urban areas. This makes this issue quite important and urgent to attend to. So I want to go through a few definitions because this is an area that is not very common to us. So I want to understand what is a disability. And they're saying that any substantial functional limitation that stops one from being able to participate fully in the society, that becomes a disability. And it must be, doesn't have to be something that is short term, whereby maybe you sprain your leg and you say have a disability. It is a permanent long-term limitation that hinders your participation, your full participation in society activities. But in this context, we're talking about education and teaching and learning. And who are persons with disabilities? Those are people that have long-term physical, mental, or intellectual, or sensory issues that hinder them from full participation. So if someone has a mental problem, if someone has a physical problem, or it means that is a disability that hinders this person from participating fully. In the interest of time, I'll go very fast because I think I need to really run fast. So allow me to quickly go to the reason why libraries come into play. Why libraries anyway? I'll stop the definitions because time is not on my side. But I'll talk about the digital inclusion because this is very important. In this study, we discovered that although someone could be, whether one is blind, whether one is deaf, whether one has a physical impairment or has intellectual impairment, they have universal needs, digital inclusion needs that they all need that have to be taken into account, much as they have unique needs. But there are those that cut across, and one of them is high-speed infrastructure. Then another one is the ability to be supported and trained to remove the barriers, and also to be able to provide options that are available freely for those who cannot afford. So if any person has a disability, these are things that they would require. One, they would require that you provide services for those that cannot afford, because we know that not everybody can afford these technologies. So it's a duty that we provide this equipment, the tools that people who cannot afford can be able to access and use these technologies. Also, we also have a duty to provide the infrastructure they need to operate, and also have a duty to remove the barriers to accessibility. So why is this important? There is law that demands that we do this. So the United Nations Convention for Persons with Disabilities demands that we provide accessibility and digital inclusion for persons with disabilities. And likewise, the Disability Act of Uganda also demands that institutions, especially universities, provide access to students and academic staff with disabilities. And it emphasizes that an organization would be discriminatory if it refuses to accept an application for a student because of their disability, or if it makes a person not to access facilities. For instance, we have library services, and maybe we have buildings which are stored and there's no access, or we don't have assistive technologies, claiming that they're very expensive. The law would not agree with that. Also, the law, as amended in 2020, demands that an institution should make modifications in the 3 months of admission. So meaning that when students are admitted in the 3 months, when they're in the university must try to make steps to ensure that, one, they know the kind of students that have been admitted, and then the kind of accommodations that they need to be able to work, especially in the digital spaces. I'll go quickly to the problem statement. Despite the commitment, even by our government, on being inclusive, persons with disabilities continue to experience discrimination, sometimes not intended, but maybe because of lack of knowledge, which is why we're trying to come up to explain some of these things to know where and how we can be more inclusive, especially in the digital context. And one of the things that is very important is that the UN report of 2020 talked about the growing digital gap that is existing and this is affecting more people that have disabilities. One of the issues being lack of digital skills, digital technologies, lack of a high cost of technologies, making it really hard. And this takes us back to the point that we've made, that for them to be able to access the resources, they must be made publicly available where they can't afford them, so that they can access resources that are not freely available to them. Allow me to quickly go to the objectives of this study. Yeah, this study had 5 objectives, but for the purpose of this presentation, we're going to focus on only 3. The first one was to find the digital inclusion needs of persons with disabilities, because it is very hard to support people when we don't know what they need. So one of the things that this study has done is to highlight the digital inclusion needs of persons with disabilities, and to show what needs people have, those who are blind, those who are physically impaired, and those who have hearing impairments. Also, we had an aim of establishing the degree to which universities facilitate inclusion, especially allowing the accessibility and also inclusion and adoption. That's where the library comes in. How do we facilitate and support accessibility in this context? And then we have another one which was looking at the barriers to accessibility, as I'm going to present quickly, to see what are the things that hinder persons with disabilities from enjoying and accessing the resources that we have in the libraries. We adopted a mixed method approach, but with an emancipatory theoretical perspective, which looks at studying with the people and not studying about them, because they know what they need and they understand what needs to be done. So you don't come and study about them, but you study with them, that you can surely understand their digital inclusion needs, the barriers that hinder them from accessing, and then the accessibility gaps, and then be able to design and propose interventions that can help to address the issues of digital exclusion. I have 5 minutes left. Yeah, we used a number of methods for data collection. I'll talk about them quickly, just to say that we had 3 instruments. One was mainly for academic staff with visual, hearing, and physical impairment. One was for students with physical, visual, and hearing impairment. And then one was for stakeholders. And with stakeholders, I've said there was the librarian, there were librarians, there were people in disability service units, there are people from e-learning centers and ICT directors. So there were 4 kinds of stakeholders, and all these had specific questions to see how they are supporting and facilitating digital inclusion of persons with disabilities. So to be quick, I want to mention that we had a total of 101 people participating in this study. And of these, 61 were visually impaired. So we did find out what they really needed, and I want to quickly present the findings because of time. We had the approval from the Aid Support Organization because of the need to be really compliant with the safety and confidentiality of the participants. These are the participants. I'll go quickly to the findings. And one of the things that we talked about in the findings was the needs. And we highlight a few needs. Of course, there are many, but we highlight a few needs for purpose of this presentation. Then we talk about the rating. The rating as done by the students, the rating of accessibility as done by students and academic staff, and rating of accessibility as done by the stakeholders. But in this case, we are looking at the rating as done by the librarians. Yeah, we talked about these needs, and for them, these were important needs. Because of time, I will not read. And the persons with the visual impairment really expressed this as very important needs that need to be met if universities are to be inclusive digitally. Then they had also reading needs, because the first ones were ICT needs, but they also had reading needs, which universities must put in place if they are to be digitally inclusive. Then we also have equipment needs, the kind of equipment a person that has a visual impairment would require, and these are the needs that they expressed as very important to them. And as you can see the percentages,
There are those needs which are very, very high in terms of, if you look at the personal computers, if you look at the smartphones, if you look at the iPads, if you look at, you know, those are things that they think are very, very important if they are to function well and independently within the digital spaces, for them to be able to learn or teach and work independently. They also had service needs that they expressed. They said they wanted services of digital technology support, access to e-resources, training, and those were also very, very important needs that they expressed as persons with disabilities and in the context of the library. So one of the persons, because we say this is a mixed method study, he talked about the need to be able to have hearing aids with an iPhone, so that it can, because iPhones have higher performance and they can be able to work better, they can take more applications for them, and this makes their learning a lot easier. Then someone said, I want also to be trained on how to search for information, how to work around my computer. I can't read everything, but this person was really yearning to be taught on how to work with her gadgets to be able to successfully work in the digital spaces. And one of the things that this person talked about was the fear, that I fear to overhandle this equipment because I think I may spoil it.
Dr. Namleme, I'll add you 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there were service gaps which were identified in this study, and some of the service gaps which are highlighted from the stakeholders. Was one of the ICT directors who said, the director from a service support unit, who said that the ICT change systems, but they don't take into account our needs, and therefore we fail to cope. And this, a case in point also was given by one of the persons still with the visual impairment, whereby the email was somehow changed, the interface was changed, and then his JAWS could no longer read emails for him. So he missed so many emails. So whenever there are changes, you can know that even for us who are able-bodied, when changes happen in the systems, we struggle to cope. So it becomes a lot harder for persons with visual impairment. Lack of digital training was discussed as a gap. And also, these people were rating how the universities were helping to identify their digital needs, how they are trying to understand what gaps they have, but their rating was quite low because the universities have been paying a lot of attention on the physical inclusion. But as we see, we are moving in the digital era, and there's a lot of digital transformation where persons with visual impairment must also work independently. This means that the universities must now move faster from being physically inclined to being more digitally inclined. I'm sorry, because of time, I'm really rushing this, but it should have been more informative than it is, but I hope we can pick something from here. So, one of the stakeholders also talked about how they rated themselves in as far as providing services. Why am I talking about rating? Because the questions were asking whether people ever provided information or whether it was rarely, never, often, or sometimes. So you find that most of the respondents were saying either never or rarely. So it means that their rating was quite low. And this was also supported by a stakeholder who said that there's an assumption that resources are accessible. But we are not sure, apart from the Henry Stewarts, whether all the other resources can be read by JAWS. So this is something for us to really appreciate and find out. Our library, we do not have Braille spine labels. We do not provide CCTV for users. So people are really interested in providing, but these are things they don't already have. They cannot provide. The students also talked about the issues of access and how access is difficult. And this was another rating. And by then we go to the barriers that these people found very problematic. And these are the barriers that they talked about, that the website, if someone is using JAWS, it's very hard to be able to to find the information on the web, to read, because they are not compatible. And also the e-learning platforms are not compatible with JAWS. So also the platforms for checking marks. So you have to ask a student, a colleague who is your friend, to check your marks. Can you imagine that pain? Check for you the results because you cannot check on your own, yet you have the equipment that you could use and the software that you could use. So this goes to the issues of finding out how the design can be inclusive. Because design for inclusion is a very important component that us as librarians and information professionals must take into account. In the interest of time, I want to stop here. Much as there's
All right.
much more.
Thank you, Dr. Namuleme. I know you're really very passionate about your topic and you have a lot to tell us. Thank you for highlighting aspects of digital inclusivity, and listening to your presentation. I was wondering whether our e-resources are digitally inclusive in the aspects that you have elaborated on. I think those are questions we shall think about, and maybe we can also pose to our publishers who provide us those e-resources. So we are going to use 10 minutes for questions, comments to our presenters. You will tell us your name and the person whom you're directing the question to. So the floor is open. Thank you. Please help us with mics. The tech team. I'll take the first question from this row, then I'll go to the last row. Happy? Yes, please. Pardon? Who'll go first? Pardon? Yeah, you can't speak. Be loud enough since there's no mic. You can stand so that you can hear you. Yes, can I get the next question, Happy? Please be precise with your questions. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, Happy. I'll take the third question from Dr. Agnes Namaganda, then I'll have the presenters respond to those before we take another set of questions. All right, so I'll give the presenters the chance to respond to those questions before we take the next set.
Okay, thank you for those very wonderful questions. I will start with a question from Simati. Well, Simati, you're concerned about the sampling strategy that we used. I want to give a brief background. Well, this project that we are doing, it's called the Let's Go campaign in Uganda. It's a project that we are doing with the partners from South Africa, and basically the target is to sample from all over the country. So the 25 participants whom we called for the coding workshop were randomly sampled from our network across the country. So we had like a librarian coming from Nakaseke, we sampled the librarians from Lira City, some teachers from Lira, there were teachers from Karaki. So we randomly sampled these people from all over the country to make the 25, because the project was divided into two, that the first phase we handled 25, then the second phase we handled more 25 participants. So that's how we came up with that population of 25 through the random sampling. Why 18? When these participants, the 25 came into the coding workshop, it's only 18 that managed to return to us the questionnaires. That's how the number of 18 comes on board. Thank you. I'll leave my colleague to answer.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Luja is my name. Maybe I'll start with the last question from Happy Chambogo. How coding enhances computational thinking? Computational thinking is just from the term, having these young learners think like computers. So in computational thinking, we have things like decomposition, breaking down information. Then we have pattern recognition, the sequences. Then we have abstraction. We all know what an abstract is, just a summary, summarizing information. Then we have algorithms. Algorithms are just processes or a set of rules. So this coding, the only challenge is that we didn't carry the puzzles, but through this gamified coding, learners are able to recognize patterns where there is something that is repeating itself. Learners are able to decompose information. They are able to break down information. Then they are able to form algorithms. Yeah, you say maybe make an algorithm to move this element from point A to point D, but you give them a limited amount of time and puzzles and instructions. So they're able to do all this. And then the other question was if you could remind me. Are there different levels of coding? Yes, there are. Maybe before I answer that, let me talk about what coding is. Coding stroke programming. Programming, these are basically a set of instructions, how instructing a computer to make a command. Yeah. So are there different levels in this coding? Yes, there are, because even in the puzzles we have those ones called bots. These are bots for the foundation. The kids in maybe ages ranging from 8 and above. Then we have Rangers unplugged coding kits. Those now are kind of advanced from 13 onwards. But however, at the university, we also engage our students, medicine students, engineering students, with these coding puzzles. And some are writing projects about it. You know, computer engineers, we have to make projects. So it's even us, as we were being trained, who were challenged. And at some point, we found that pupils are performing even more better than us because they can think critically. They are very innovative. They can teamwork. So there are different levels for different learners. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Let me take 2 more questions from here. This gentleman and then Carol. Carol, you raise your hand. Yeah. I'll take those 2 questions. Once they're responded, I'll request us to forward the rest of the questions to the presenters. We can engage them. We can request for the presentations, and also hopefully. All right, before you ask, let's get a response from Dr. Namuleme. Sorry.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for the questions. Dr. Agnes, the question on dissemination to the policymakers, I have started in a small way on the 26th of September this month. I had a major dissemination workshop where I had the Minister of ICT coming to participate, and he was very impressed that research is connecting with policymakers. And I'm trying to get an appointment now to present a policy brief to him to explain further how this can be taken further. And one of the things that we have talked about is the policy review, because the policy on digital inclusion and accessibility, persons with disabilities, talks about assistive technologies. It's so packed that it gives a lot of room for institutions to do whatever they want. So there must be clear guidelines, like the way you see National Council requires university to have bachelor standards, which can be checked. But the way the law stands now, it's very, very hard to police it, because each institution can make its own interpretation and then say that they are complying. So because of lack of clear guidelines on implementation, there's a very limited level of implementation. So that is an area that we're going to discuss, look at policy review, and also to have a monitoring mechanism to ensure that that can happen. So that is my dream, that we can have that done. I'm also preparing policy briefs for other important stakeholders, like the Ministry of Gender and also the Ministry of Education. I've only looked at those 3 in the meantime. And also in a humble way, I go to universities and speak to librarians. I want to appreciate Dr. Liz State. She invited me one time and I had more time to explain how these things happen and what are the issues, what are the gaps. And this was a strategic planning meeting. And by the time we finished the strategic planning meeting, they were so encouraged to see what they need to do and what they have to do to be able to be more inclusive. So I want to encourage other professionals that are interested in learning about the needs, because these needs are unique. Needs are so unique that, going back to Mr. Happy's question, because the needs are so unique, there is no one university which can say that they are doing very well. Even as Chambogo University, I want to tell you
much as we are referred to as the university which is doing very well, when you go to the ground, the gaps between what students need and what should be in underground is very big. So as we learn about these needs, it sends us thinking, should we write a project to get this equipment? Should we contact other partners? Should we benchmark? Sometimes university librarians might need to visit other institutions to see how are these doing it? How are they doing it? There's something which is very crucial that persons with disabilities don't want to be separated. So this issue of mainstreaming inclusion, those are all things to learn. So we can learn so many things we can share together, and that can help us improve the way we can be more inclusive. So I hope I've answered Happy's question that yes, all of us are on the road to trying to serve persons with disabilities, but we all have our different gaps, much as Chambogo seems to be a bit ahead. But I'll give you an example for you to know that we're not really so much of ahead. So for you, not to comfort yourselves, but to know that you also have a lot of work to do. One of the areas which is more developed is visual impairment, I would say. But I will tell you that the person in charge of this unit says he has 3 desktop computers, only 3 desktop computers for 241 students. So that's why I'm saying that we're all at different levels and we're striving, but the challenge is here and we must embrace it today because it is urgent that we become digitally inclusive. I thank you.
Thank you for your responses, Dr. Namleme. So let me take the last 2 questions. Please be brief. Both the ones asking the questions, I know the presenters have done this over and over again, and they can talk about their research for days on end. So please, let's be brief and we finalize this session.
At university, also one of those who are reviewing papers.
Yes, the presenters are from Soweto University.
I can't see the result for question, but the interview is missing. The interview part is missing. So I think you need to consider that. Number 2, I will ask you, you talked about primary school teachers and librarians. What was the role of the librarian there? What were they doing? Were they giving advice? Were they providing information? On what? You are talking about coding. Does these people know coding, the librarian? Does he or she know coding? I'm a teacher. Does he or she know coding? You cannot teach somebody if you don't know coding. Secondly, if they were taught, what was the result? Before you make that conclusion. So I think you need to take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adora. Next question, Carol.
Please go and explore and take advantage of it. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for those comments. So I invite Soweto University to respond to Professor on the issue of whether they had the coding skills that they were transferring to the trainees.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor. I would like to respond on the librarians part, the roles of librarians and whether they have the skills. One, as librarians, in the document is comprehensive enough. It will show you the types of librarians we had. These were community librarians, public librarians, and these are the people who deal with these learners as they access information. They have sessions for learners. And secondly, librarians were also trained because we had a training of trainers. We were trained and then we became ambassadors to also train these librarians, to train these teachers. And now it is these teachers that train the pupils in their respective schools. Thank you.
Okay. And then on the issue of the mixed methods, like I mentioned in my presentation, we decided to divide this study. So we basically reported today on the quantitative. There is the other section for the qualitative. We decided to divide it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. One more round of applause to the presenters. I thank all of you for your active participation in this session. And if you still have further questions or issues that you need to engage with, the presenters are available today and tomorrow. At this juncture, I would like to close this session. Thank you so much.
Walk down. We are going to pin the banner showing pictures from some of these coding sessions so that you can feed your eye. It will be available outside. Thank you.
And lastly, in case of any partnerships and collaborations around for today and tomorrow, we can see how to get in touch. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Session closed. Back to the moderators. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary, for chairing that session. Thank you, Barbara, Aziz, and Dr. Namlime. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, so I understand we're a bit tired and in the interest of time, we're going to have the Elsevier presentation as we also see how to get our lunch. We're not all going to go at the same time. We're going to go in groups so that we can catch up on time, so that we can also have time for the next session.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, I'm going to talk to you for a few minutes about preparing more future professionals and medical professions in that sense. But to start with, a little bit about me. Sorry. Bear with me, technical problems. Yeah, so a little bit about me. This is a picture of me in the year 1966 in my home village in Uganda. And this was before digital transformation, as you can see. But as years have gone by, I'm now based in Stockholm, Sweden. I lead a team of 4 to 5 academic success managers in the UK, Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, and Africa. And that's why I am here today to talk to you about what we do at the Elsevier Global Medical Education. So, as you all know, medical education is quite challenging. It's both students and the institution, librarians, educators. They face a lot of challenge due to the diverse information that is available, but at the same time not available. So we have tried to build up or shape 5 pillars for the future of health. And what we've looked at is, as we know that trusted knowledge is the foundation for everything we do. Now, looking at the medical education, we must do whatever we can to make a difference for our customers. And that's by looking at taking on the infodemic, lots of information, preparing more professional health professionals, mainly doctors, delivering insights that improve outcome, making healthcare truly inclusive, and also personalizing and localizing. So every learner has a unique journey. In order to help those learners in their unique journey, we try to make education more engaging and more efficient. We try to deliver insights that improve performance. We provide trusted content with progressive length and progressive learning in depth. And we also support education equity. At the moment, we're working a lot also with building practice-ready confidence. But I will explain that later on, or when we look at the actual products that we are supplying to the institutions at the moment. So how do we engage students and our deficiencies using Elsevier products? We have a set of products. I will go in depth later on, product by product, but I can't say here that we try to make students more engaged by, for example, using a product which is Osmosis, which is a video learning program. So students watch videos, and this helps some of the students that really are struggling reading text or concentrating on lectures. Could also be that they use it before going to a lecture to build up their knowledge and after to retain their knowledge. We use products like Clinical Kit Student, which is a platform of textbooks for medicine, nursing, physiotherapy, pharmacy, and dentistry. This is to prepare students again by easily searching for the texts that they need for their studies. Then we have products like Complete Anatomy, which is an application, a 3D application used for learning anatomy within health sciences. Assessment. We use Clinical Kit Student also to assess students. For educators, be able to identify struggling students in due time. So we use it as some kind of a formative assessment. And then still on Clinical Kit Student, we built on what we call clinical cases. This is to train students in a safe environment. So, and they can practice on clinical reasoning before they go to the real clinics. And then we look at how to improve performance using the same type of product, but in a different way. Use Clinical Kit Student to do the assessments and let students work together with the educator as not just as a teacher, but as someone who just mentor the student in what they should be doing. And then review performance. We build in a lot of data within the platforms. So this data can be used to determine what kind of performance level the students are on. Same here, we use other products also like Osmosis, even though it's videos, but you can create quizzes and tests to test the students before the actual exams. Same with Complete Anatomy. You work with the anatomy models, but can also create tests, quizzes, and assessment. And then using Osmosis, Clinical Kit Student, the educator can always assign to the students what should be done before and after the lectures. So now going into the real product. As I mentioned, Clinical Kit Student is a platform which started as putting all our textbooks together. So we started with about 300 books, put them on the same platform, but also create an environment which is really easy for students to use. So what you have is you have the books and you have a bookshelf. You download your books into your bookshelf. You can work within your bookshelf, and you can work also offline. So students can easily search through the platform, and they can also share their work with other fellow students. Then we have osmosis. These are short videos, 5 to 15 minutes, good for repetition and retaining knowledge. There is no person speaking. I mean, there's no video of a person, it's just the audio. We make it that way not to take away the attention from what the students are learning. So students will be able to create their own playlist, and they can also share with other students. They will also be able to create quizzes, revise, and also share. For the educator, let's say that have a lesson in physiology on Monday, could pick a few videos from physiology, post them to the students, and they revise this before the lecture, which means they will be ready for the lecture and will retain the knowledge better. Then we come to complete anatomy. As I mentioned, this is an application. It's we're very proud when we talk about complete anatomy, because for the first time, we have an application that has both the female and male model. As you know, before, anatomy has been taught from a white male perspective. But now we have an application where you can switch between the female and male model. You can also change the color tones. If you're counting to black or Asian, white. So there is a lot of effort put into being inclusive, and a lot on ethnic and on gender. This application is also the first one with the beating heart, so that it's also one of the. So with this said, I'll conclude by mentioning clinical cases. Clinical cases is part of clinical case student. We put at the moment about 300 cases. Students are able to train on their clinical reasoning before they go to work on a real human. So they can make mistakes without causing anything really bad. And this can be done in a safe environment. We're still working on these programs. We will keep on improving, and we'll keep on following the 5 pillars that I mentioned in the beginning. So thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, our representative of Emerald. Sorry, Elsevier. Sorry about that. Elsevier, Mr. Mulindwa, thank you so much. Any question? One or two?
Thank you, Mr. Mulindwa, for the presentation. That's very clear. Two questions, please. Is this one application only, or with, I somehow got lost there because I got to follow osmosis, but then you came in with others. Are those different applications? Kindly help.
We have a platform called Clinical Key Student, where we have books. And then we have a platform called Osmosis, where I have videos. They are separate. And then we have an application called Complete Anatomy. It is an application because it's too heavy to have it as a YouTube platform. That's why we made it to an application. But that said, I can also mention that we are trying to make all our products talk to each other. So today, if you have both Complete Anatomy and Critical Student, there are synergies. So if you, let's say you search on a one like asthma, those synergies will to osmosis and pick out a video on asthma. But also, if you have Complete Anatomy open at the same time, maybe you click on an image in Student, that image will show in the 3D Complete Anatomy. So making our products together.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been using Elsevier through Agora. You enter through Agora because the subscription from my former university was not available, was not done. But we were given to access through Agora, which is sponsored by FAO, I think. Sponsored by FAO for developing countries. But when I access through that, I don't see the videos. Are these new developments that will later on bring?
So which product are you accessing? Is it Clean Cookie or Student? That's Clean Cookie for physician. No, it's not connected to the video. What is connected is the Clean Cookie Student platform. There is Clean Cookie physician, and I think that's what you're accessing. It's only text, it's reference. You also have journals again. Yeah, it's Clean Cookie physician. It's not connected.
Another person here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, presenter. Following your presentation and these applications or platforms, but what I'm not sure, are they ready out for use? And if they are competent for use, I would be interested if you told us how to access them, if they are on the market, what is the cost, so that we know how to go about it.
Yeah. So your question was about if these platforms are already available. Yes, they are. They are all available, been available for a couple of years. We keep on improving both the capacity and the content, but they are available. Access is gained through subscription, where the institution goes in and subscribes, either for 1 year or for a multi-year. And don't dare mention anything about the price I will leave that to the account managers. But yes, they are available. And I will still be around if anybody needs any more information. I can also take your contact details and send you more information. And in need of a proposal, I can always tell the account manager to send you a proposal.
So I go with that one burning question from Judy.
It's in line with what has been requested. While Dr. Baziraki requests for an individual, maybe business model, I would request that you also consider a consortia offer. And maybe my question is, do you have special consideration for low-income stroke developing countries? We would much appreciate because the product is so good. Thanks.
That's a difficult question, but I say that everything is possible, or nothing is closed. So we can discuss with the account managers when the time comes for the pricing. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mulindwa. The keywords are everything is possible. We are having a lunch where our protocol team are picking people line by line. So we request you be a bit patient as we don't want to cause congestion the other side, like in the breakfast time, so that by the time the last that we are all back here. We have some other few sessions which are going to run in the afternoon. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, is my voice clear? Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
We okay?
Yes, I'm perfect.
Are you the representative of Emerald?
Yes, I'm presenting on behalf of Mr. Sean Bishar.
Okay, we are ready for
My,
you.
my name is Mahinoor.
Okay, so in a moment you will be called upon to start.
Okay, how can I share my screen?
They are going to allow you to be a panelist so that you can do that.
Excuse me?
They are going to elevate you to a panelist
Yes.
so that you can do that. Yeah, you can do that now. Hello, are you still there?
Hello, I'm there. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. You can now speak to us.
Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me
Hello?
well? Is my voice clear? I've been enjoying the panel discussions for the past 2.5 hours. Honestly, it's very interesting. All the speakers were amazing. I had so many questions, and I had the chance to think about a lot of the services that and how it can be aligned with all the points that was discussed. So shall I start right away?
First share your screen because we can't see it yet.
Excuse me, share my screen. Okay, I am disabled from sharing my screen. Could you please enable me?
They are going to work on it in a short while. Thanks.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah, perfect. We can see it. Just put it in presentation mode, then that's it.
Perfect. It's a pleasure to present at your conference today. Mr. Sean wanted to be there with you all in person, but due to his medical condition and an operation, he is not allowed to travel for this coming period. But lucky for me, I was able to join all these amazing discussions I've seen the engagement and the questions from everyone, and it's a pleasure to be with you today. Quickly introducing myself, my name is Mahinoor Oqda. I am the regional publishing and training manager for MEA region, Middle East Africa and Central Asia. I've been in this position for the past 8 years, and I'm a professor at supply chain management and logistics too. I teach research methodology. I help a lot of students with their graduation projects. So I can relate to a lot of what you've been discussing. And today we're just taking you to a quick tour on the resources that you have access to from Emerald and the other services and the guides and the free guides and services that we have for researchers, librarians, editors, institutions, and everything else. So without any further delay, So you have access through your consortium for some of our e-journals collection. We have a big collection for more than 312 journals in 13 different areas. You have access to the biggest collections in the 4 main collections in this e-journals collection. Of course, this is a very high quality peer-reviewed content. It's the usage increased by almost 50% annually, and the 55% of the content usage is from outside Europe, from outside the US, from outside North America, it's from our regions. The citations also for this collection is increasing by 5.1% annually, which shows the real research impact that we make sure it happens with all the publications that we publish. It's a change-making content, and we align our researches with the SDG. So Emerald, since 2021, became an accompanied publisher with the UN SDGs. It means that now more than 60% of our researches are aligned with one or more of the the UN Sustainable Development Goals. These are some of the titles that we have. So we either publish journals with it, books with it, cases aligned with it, or even the old journals that we have, we publish special issues. And for those who don't know what the special issues are, it's a special issue that's dedicated for certain topics with certain goals, and it should be aligned with one or more of the sustainable development goals. So what actually, this is the whole collection that we have for the journals. Of course, we have books, we have cases, and now we added also the Institute of Civil Engineering Resources. And you have access to the accounting, finance, and economics collection. As you can see, the broad and variety of topics that's included in this collection. It's more than 41 journals, 3.2 million downloads per year only for this collection. You can see a variety of topics that's covering all the trends and all the topics and all the subject areas in this specific fields. 38 of these 42, they received a Scopus score. 7 journals are in the JCR impact factor, and 30 journals are listed in the ESCI. And we have a landing page for each journal that I'm going to show you how to compare between journals and how to see all the related information for each journal that you have access to. And these are some of the feature titles in this collection. The second collection that you have access to is the business management and strategy. And again, as you can see, there's so many topics that's covered within this collection. Sustainability is added in so many topics and so many genres in business practices and supply chain, in human resources, sustainable in organizational behavior. And in this collection, this is the biggest collection actually, and it contains 57 journals, and it had 6.6 million downloads only in the last year. So these downloads are annual downloads only in 1 year, which was the last year is 2023. And these also our some of our featured journals in this collection, and 51 of the 52 journals received a Scopus score. 13 are the JCR, 37 journals listed in the ESCI, and all the journals are listed in one or more of the main bibliographic databases. This is the HR learning and organization studies. And as you can see here, there is so many topics that also covers like workplace diversity and personal branding, organizational behavior, learning and development, gender and organizations, empowerment. As you can see, there is so many topics that's now being discussed everywhere, and it's growing an interest by the day. In this collection, you have access to 25 journals, 4.3 million downloads each year. As this conference is talking about research dissemination, Emerald makes sure that the research we publish high quality researches to guarantee the global dissemination of these researches. So all the researches that we publish with consideration to diversity from topics, trending topics, regions that we get and countries that we get the researches from, authors, nationality, gender, global editorial board, and also global perspective and global implications and application, either practically or theoretically, for the research finds that we publish. So in this HR learning and organization studies, the 23 journals received a Scopus score. 7, they are in the JCR impact factor. 14 are in the journals, are listed in the ESTI. And again, this is some of the main journals and the featured journals in this collection. Last but not least, our superheroes, our librarians. Our librarians, the library in information sciences. Mainly, Emerald, more than 50 years ago, was founded and was an idea of a librarian. He wanted to make the research available for everyone. He wanted to link the research, the academic research, with the practical application and to have a real impact for this research. We have 16 journals in this field. They are all with very high quality. We have 1.7 million download per year only in last year. There is so many topics that's always updated in this collection for our librarians and our specialists in the information sciences. As you can see here, there is the data analytics, the dissemination, also information and data visualization. There is also how using learning analytics to assess the value and impact of information resources, preservation and conservation of information objects, and so online data use, online community, social networking, metadata. You can see there is a lot that's related, and we can see also there is a lot of topics that's related to AI too. These are some of our featured journals in this collection. 16 out of 17, they're in Scopus, 7 are in the JCR, 8 are in the ESTR. You can, of course, go and visit them through our Emerald Insight. And if you're interested, of course, in any of the collections, you can contact us directly and we can help you out to access it. Our platform is a user-friendly platform. You need to create an account. You can subscribe to content alert to any of the journals that you want to know all the updates about it. It supports, gives you a peace of mind because there's protection when you're using, and there's so many schemes. All the information that you can have access to 24/7. There's local support teams, so we are always there. And I just wanted to share one thing that's very important to me. This is our website. So Emerald doesn't only own the platform, but also we have this website. And this website is a very valuable website that contains so many resources for all of you. So from what I grasped from the past panel discussions, that the dissemination and the help with the research and the help with the researchers, the librarians are the key point for the researchers to go and ask for help with the resources, with the publication ethics, with where to publish, with the trending topics, with how to write and everything. So you are the on ground help for researchers, and the main key to improve and disseminate this research by helping enhancing the quality for this research and also the skills for the researchers who comes to you for help. So we help you out. We have this website in order to give you so many guides, free guides for journals, how to publish, for journals, for book series, for case studies, for open research. You can know more about all the author policies, the ethics and integrity, the DORA, the UN SDG Publishers Compact. Also, if you want to publish your own journal, we have the Emerald Publishing Services here. You can access any of these resources and any of these guides free of charge. And also we have here, as you know, that we always do e-case competitions across Africa and global competition. And actually we have a case competition that's going on now till the 15th of October. We created an Emerald Cases Learning Hub. And it's a hub actually that you can log on and take free courses with certificates in how to write business cases and teaching case studies, how to write teaching notes for the cases, how to teach with cases, how to learn with cases, and how to publish cases. This is a hub, and it's free of charge, available 24 hours for anyone from any place to log on it. It saves your progress. You can take it in years and you can take it in one day. It doesn't matter. It's saving your progress. Another thing, that this is our content. If you want to explore any of our content, you can find free samples there. You can find all the details if you want about journals, books, cases, our subject areas that's relevant to the SDGs, everything. And for the journal collection, there is a very good feature actually. If you want to find a journal, you can go to any journal here. And one of the questions that you always get from librarians, what is the acceptance rate of the journal? Where it's indexed, in which queue, what is the impact factor? What is the time to the first decision? So you can compare between journals here. You can search, and it's for free. You can put them to compare up to 3 journals, and there is a journal summary for everything you want to know. And it's there when you just take a look on the journal. You can see the acceptance rate, the time for first decision. This, for example, the time for first decision in the 36 days. This one, the impact factor is 4.6. The acceptance rate is 14. So you can see here so many details. And if you go to the journal itself, you can see if you want to submit your paper, all the guidelines are here. There is submitting, there's table of content, there is sample articles for free. There is other related journals that might also be interested to publish the paper with the same scope. And this is the overview. This is the author guidelines, who are the editorial team, the indexing and metrics, everything that you need to know. If you go down there, you can see the publication timeline. And I know this is a question that all researchers, they keep waiting for months and even sometimes for more than a year just to get an answer if their paper got accepted. We don't do that. Everything here is visible. The time for the first submission in this journal is 46 days, and from acceptance to publication in another 45 days. And this is the acceptance rate. This is the usage. So these are the downloads per articles in this journal in the past year. and where it's abstracted and indexed. Everything. Also, if you want to know who are the reviewers and the reviewing policy, or if there is any current call for papers or any news, any awards, anything, you can find it here. Okay, one more thing for our librarians. We have a dedicated platform for our librarians and dedicated services. You can see here, discover our services for authors and for librarians. We have free resources on how to explore our content with guides and how to promote your resources, from banners, flyers, e-banners, posters, for social media, for emails, with QR codes, with guides, for email templates, if you want even templates for emails to send to your faculty. And we have the librarian toolkit here, where you can manage your account with Emerald, with the usage, with everything and the activities, and how to use the platform itself and become a trainer to train your faculty on using this platform. So you can see here, there is a lot of resources, and this is how to guides. This is all the guides that you need. This is all the guides for librarians, the library administration resources too, what are the administration resources that we give you as a librarian. And this is the resources for discovery. This is for the authors and editors resources. And we have a training system that we give 4 free webinars a month, the whole year, for authorship, access, ebooks, cases, and everything that you could think of. So for Emerald, I think real impact factor are the slogan, and actually this is what they live for. So I'm sorry if I took so much of your time, and if you have any questions, please, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such an engaging session, and we've had a chance to go through. You've given us a walkthrough on all the resources that you provide to the consortium and all the other options that we have. Members, this is our time. If you have any question, you can now raise your hand, and then we engage our presenter from Emerald. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, the presenter, for a very insightful presentation. However, I just wanted to seek clarification on a few things. Where I come from, my institution, the highest percentage is for medical field. So I'm wondering whether Emerald has covered medical area that much. From experience, we see it is more of other areas of business, computing, and natural science. I'm just inquiring, is there, oh, my assumption is wrong. Maybe you may correct me if you Emerald covers the medical area that much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Shall I gather all the questions or answer one by one? So to answer your question, you are right. We don't have dedicated resources to medical resources, but we have a very strong collection for healthcare management. And it is rather important because for doctors, for anyone in the medical field, you need a special dedicated resources on how to manage all the related work in your institution, in your and also we have a lot of resources that's related to nursing too. So we have nursing and we have healthcare management resources, but we don't have so far anything that's related to medicine or to chemistry, but hopefully soon we can have this. But Emerald, maybe they did not explore this field yet, because this is a very specialized field, and Emerald is more about quality, not quantity. So in order to explore any new subject area, they prepare for years before that. So once we have new resources for medical resources, hopefully it'll be the first one to have access to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
There's another question here.
Sure.
Thank you so much, the Emerald representative, for that presentation. I have two issues or questions. One is somehow related to my brothers. I am from the field of education, and I happen to have an interest in publishing with Emerald, but I have challenges via landing on some educational journals. I don't know if that is, you're not also so much into education. Then the other issue is on the APC, that is the article processing charges. Do you have some subsidized cost for like LIC countries, the low income countries? Because whenever I try to check on some journals, I always find them go as low as $1,000, most of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I come from the education background, and just to tell you one thing, I knew about Emerald when I was doing my postgraduate studies at the American University in Cairo, and it was in a professional educator's diploma in teaching technologies and TAL. And 80% of the resources that was recommended to us during this diploma was from Emerald. So you'll go to find the journal, and you can search here by fields or by collection. And we have an extensive collection in education. So you go to journals, and you can go to explore our content, the journal collections. And you can see here, down there, all the collections, and there's a whole collection for education. You can check it out. You can download the listings in Excel sheet. You can see everything you need to know about, and that's relevant to education. This is the topical coverage. It's 23 journals. And this is some of the content highlight. As for publishing fees, so we have so many models in our journals. There is subscription-based journals, and there is open access journals. And the open access journals, they have so many models too. So it depends on the journal that you are interested to publish at. So you have to check the journal guidelines. First of all, the maximum price for any APC voucher is 2.5, I believe. We never reach 8,000. I've never heard this. This is a lot. But we have free some journals, subscription-based, that you can publish for them for free. So the thing is, all the researchers, they're always interested to publish open access journals, and I'm sure, and I know that it's with higher dissemination and it's accessible to everyone. But if you publish with a publisher like Emerald, and you can see the journals here, the subscription-based journals here, they have impact factor, they have so many downloads per year, and they're accessible by millions of users on a daily basis from all around the world. And if you don't have the resources to publish in open access journal, why don't you explore the other options with the publisher that you are interested to publish in the journal? So don't just wait till you have enough money or find a sponsor, or you can find a fund, but just publish, just keep on publishing. Even when you publish in a subscription-based journal, it is in your portfolio and it will be discoverable, but it depends on the publisher that you publish with. So not any journal and not with any publisher. So it depends. So if you're going to publish in a journal, sometimes there is hybrid journals. So there is part of them are open access and part of them are subscription based. So it depends on the journal that you pick. And we have partnerships like with Sanlik. We have a partnership with Sanlik in South Africa that Read to Publish. So there is a lot of opportunities that you can explore. And I think also for Africa, there's a way discounted rates for publications, not like anywhere else, because I'm Egyptian, by the way, so I'm from Africa too. So I know that for a fact that even if you want to publish, we have discounts. So maybe you can go to publish with us and journals and find journals, and then you can see the how-to guides to find how to find fund or get a discount or publish in open access journals and here. And this is our open access agreements, and this is the open access routes. And yes, there is a new journal just landed, as you can see here. And there was a new journal in education, artificial intelligence in education. And as I believe that sometimes there is journals that's new and open access, and for the first year they waive the APC. So just check the publishers and check their website thoroughly. You can find, so here, machine learning and science and geotechniques, Journal of Responsible Production, Quality for Education. So this one, the APC voucher, the APC are waived till 31st of December 2024. So you still have an option to publish with this journal, an open access journal, for free. So just check the websites thoroughly. You can find a lot of good deals that's suitable for you. And on if the organizers allow us, they can share my contact details with all of you, and you can attend the sessions on how to select the right journal for you, and the guide to get published in international journals. They're on webinars, and they're absolutely for free, and everyone can attend for a better guidance. Any other questions?
Yes, I have one here.
Sure.
Yeah. Mine is all about what innovations has Emerald Publishing Company introduced to address the challenges via the traditional publishing methods we used to have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an amazing question. Honestly, we just had an internal catch up on all the methods that Emerald was trying and trying out and exploring and doing in order to cope on the daily updates in the publishing field. So, for example, if you can see here on the how there is so many changes now. If you, for example, for the AI, the AI now is threatening the research integrity and ethics, and a lot of researchers are extensively using AI. So what are we doing as publisher to make sure that no one is taking credit for something that they did not create, for example? So if you go here, publishing with us now, we have so many technology tools to help researchers and to help reviewers to discover any unethical use of technologies, the permissions, also the with the research integrity here and the publication ethics and the submission for the paper. So imagine before that, you used to search for the editor and send by email and wait for months and months to find your answer. Now, when you go to the journals itself, you can know before anything when you're to expect your answer, at what time. You're not going to wait for months. So this is one of the technologies that we use. Now we have a technology way of submitting. So if I want to publish in a journal, I don't have to search for the email and search who's publishing in what. There is a landing page for each journal to to make the visibility for the information much easier for the researcher. And you can see here, submit your paper. And when you click on how to submit your paper, it's very easy. It takes you to an online, you can see an online to submit your papers. So for example, if you get rejected or you want to search for other journals, what you can find is, you can find in each journal here a section, see all related journals. You can see other related journals with a relevant scope that they might be interested in your paper. So we are trying to use the technology to enhance the submission, the research, the research integrity, the publication, the dissemination, by using the discovery tools, the updated discovery tools. So it's a constant progress. And I'm very happy that you mentioned and asked this question, because really Emerald is one of the publishers who are doing a constant effort to develop themselves to accommodate all the needs in our field. And also for the platform that we have, if you have Emerald platform, as you can see here, even in Emerald Insight, now we added so many features. When you log in our Insight and you register for a profile, you can there is features in downloading books. If you want to download it in Kindle, we have different formats. If you want to subscribe to Content Alert, instead of going to see what's the updates, you get an email automatically with all the updates you need in the journals of interest. You can download by the books, all of it, or by chapter. So there is so many features that you can add here. Also when you're using the platform. So yeah, we're trying to use the technology for the benefit of all. Any other questions?
Thank you, Sean. For the interest of time, we're going to move on to the next presentation. But like you said, we're going to share your details with the people so that they can reach out to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And it was a pleasure to be with you. And I'll attend the rest of the conference. It's very interesting. And thank you for the amazing organization. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause for our presenter. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce us to the next session, our second session of the day. In the interest of time, we're going to use shorter periods of time for this session so that we can finish our discussions. So the next session chair is Dr. Agnes Namaganda. While she makes her way to the podium, I'd like to tell you a little bit about her. She holds a PhD in information science. She's an academic librarian at Makerere University Library, and she has served the library for over 20 years. She is a team leader at the College of Engineering, Design, Art, and Technology at Makerere University. She has also served as the executive secretary, a publicity secretary on several functional committees of the Consortium of Uganda University Libraries. Her research interests include continuing professional development, information literacy, preservation, and special collections. And she also has done some publication in these fields. Dr. Agnes, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have had good lunch. Thank you. So I would like to welcome you to this second session of paper presenters who are going to be in my session. And I would like to our first presenter is Miss Ajang Lydia. So Lydia, please make your way to the podium, please. As I give a brief bio about you. Miss Ajang is from Lira University. She holds a bachelor's degree in library and information science. She has supported school libraries to implement digital reference management systems. Her research interest. She has research interests in digital technologies and innovative library services. So, Ms. Ajong, you're welcome to make your presentation. Please welcome Lydia. Thank you. Just a reminder, Lydia, you have 10 minutes. Yes, because of time, we want to have 10 minutes and then we shall have the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back from the lunch. I've been given only 10 minutes and I'll try to utilize it. My research, or the research we conducted, is looking at digital literacy skills among librarians in nursing schools and midwifery institutions in Lango sub-region. This particular work, I co-authored it together with Mr. Nzaruk Ronald. Our work content outline is basically going to look at the introduction, the objectives of our study, our methodology we used, the key findings, conclusions, and recommendations. Now, modern libraries currently are operating in a complicated information environment. Therefore, for libraries to operate and perform effectively, information professionals need to become proficient in digital literacy. And it is against this that we chose to carry out our research, basically focusing at nursing and midwifery schools. Then we also realized that librarians must become proficient in digital literacy in order to meet the needs and the needs of their users, and also the full utilization of resources. Now, we defined digital literacy as the capacity to participate in a range of critical and creative activities that include analyzing, communicating, and producing meaning from diverse information and technological resources. We basically, to give a brief background about this, we basically looked at these particular institutions because most of the focus has been on academic libraries, forgetting that we have these tertiary institutions that are mushrooming around, and they also need our support, and they also need these skills. As researchers, we observed that librarians in Lao sub-region, nursing and midwifery training institutions do not possess the necessary digital skills that are key in the delivery of services these days. Although 1,000 of students are served by these nursing and midwifery training institutions,
majority of trainings has been concentrated on the capacity of librarians by universities through the consortium arrangements, where the nursing and midwifery training institutions are not members. Thus, this research sought to address areas to look at the level of digital literacy skills possessed by these librarians working in these nursing and midwifery training institutions within Lamu sub-region. This means the librarians working in these nursing and training institutions in Lamu sub-regions, we seek to find out the means in which these librarians acquire digital literacy skills and the challenges they encounter while acquiring these skills. One of our objectives was to find out the level of digital literacy skills possessed by these librarians working in these nursing institutions. We also seek to establish the means through which these librarians working in these nursing training institutions acquire their digital literacy skills. And lastly, we also wanted to determine the challenges encountered by these librarians while acquiring these skills. While carrying out this research, we used a quantitative research design, and we chose to look at a census approach. A brief background: Lamu sub-region is comprised of 9 districts, and most of these institutions are concentrated within Lira City and Lira district in particular. So we were able to reach out to all the 12 institutions within Lira City and Lira district. We chose to call these participants personnel overseeing these libraries in the nursing facilities, because in our move around, we realized most of the people caretaking these libraries are actually not librarians, but they are caretakers of these institutions or these libraries. The method of data collection was self-administered questionnaires, and we analyzed our data using SPSS version 22. One of the key findings was to look at the level of digital literacy. And we realized that the level of digital literacy skills among these librarians varied across different skill sets. Most of them said they had basic computer skills, such as using Word and PowerPoint, which were rated fairly and distributed at a percentage of 37.5. Most of them as well also rated themselves very good in this area. However, more key skills for librarians like database search, navigation, metadata development, digitization were significantly lacking from our findings. For instance, out of 100, and out of these 12 schools we went to, 62.5% rated their database search skills as poor. And none of them had excellent in these key areas like digital library development or using bibliographic management tools like Zotero. We also realized that the proficient areas were basic tasks such as sending and receiving emails. And we also found out that most of these libraries used internet routers, with the exception of only one institution that was accessing internet through Reno. So down in the field, as much as most of them access internet using the router, sometimes these institutions don't provide for the internet. Another key finding was the ways in which these persons acquire digital skills. Majority of them, with a frequency of 26.10%, told us that they acquire the skills through colleagues and through self-teaching, followed by school libraries and workshops or seminars, which was ranked second. Webinars and in-house capacity building was rated least among the various methods in which these persons acquire digital skills. In conclusion, digital literacy skills are paramount to the 21st century librarians' career progression and efficient service delivery. We librarians are at the forefront of information management, and without these skills, the information managers will be lost and left out in the world of information explosion that is currently sweeping across through the various sectors. It is therefore the basic duty of us as librarians, which is solving information needs of users irrespective of their age, geography, and literacy levels, that we should drive the force towards acquisition of these digital literacy skills to ensure effective service delivery. We therefore recommended that one, there is dire need to upgrade the internet infrastructure in these nursing and midwifery training institutions within Lango sub-region. We also recommended that these institutional authorities and management should give attention to the development of digital literacy skills among the library staffs. We also recommended that digital literacy abilities should be added as one of the qualifications for any library staff before being hired by any particular institution. We also recommended that management of these particular institutions should be encouraged to join CUUL, because from down there we realized most of these institutions don't know anything related to CUUL. Some of them have never heard about CUUL. We also further encourage these particular institutions to apply to RENO for a relatively cheap and a more static IP. And lastly, since digital literacy is a lifetime skill, library employees in post-secondary education institutions should receive ongoing training in order to stay current. This research is still ongoing. I want to thank you for giving me the audience, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aja. Please take your seat. We have the next presenter. That is Mr. Ashraf Mabanja from Islamic University in Uganda, and Mr. Luja A. Aziz from Soroti University. And they are going to be presenting about digital literacy as a strategy for lifelong learning. Mr. Mabanja Ashraf holds a Bachelor of Arts in Education. He's currently a PhD candidate of educational psychology. He's an assistant lecturer in educational psychology with 5 years of experience. He teaches research methods in education, educational measurement and evaluation, among others. He's supervised more than 50 undergraduate students. So the two of you are welcome to make your presentation. And you have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, the chair of the session. Good evening, colleagues. I am Ashraf Mavanja, as you heard. I'm here to share with you our research findings on a paper titled Digital Literacy as a Strategy for Lifelong Learning Among Libraries. A paper that was co-authored with my friend, Mr. Ruja Abdulaziz, who is in front here with us from Soroti University. I will begin off this presentation with a quote from Jenny Alege. And Jenny made the comment that technology can act as the wings that can help the education as a field to move faster and easily. So, you realize that in this article of ours, we have two concepts that we want to discuss today, that is digital literacy and lifelong learning. Just to understand this before we move ahead, digital literacy in the context of our study is used to mean one having the knowledge and the skills of using the digital gadgets, talk about the laptops, the smartphones, and so on, to learn, or just having the ability to use those gadgets. That is digital literacy in the context of our study. And lifelong learning, we use it to mean the continuous learning throughout someone's life. So, lifelong learning is a popular theme that has attracted the attention of very many categories of people, researchers, talk about the practitioners, the policy makers, as we have been even hearing some of the moderators of the previous sessions trying to talk about what we are sharing here. So the reason why it is capturing the attention of people is it fosters personal and community development. So we should also note that the libraries in this struggle, libraries are key in fostering this lifelong learning that we are talking about. This is because they are centers, they act as centers of knowledge, and they also help in the community development. So, lifelong learning, according to Alazi, he says this is divided into four, call them divisions: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. So learning to know is about acquiring the knowledge. Now, learning to do is about skills, acquiring the skills. So when you talk about learning to be, it is more of the self, we call it intrapersonal skill. Then the learning to live together is, it talks about the interpersonal. That is you and some others. And Alazi noted that we should pay much attention to the last one, that is learning to live together. Because he believes that with this, if you learn to live with others, you will attain all the other divisions of lifelong learning. So because of the increasing application of technology in all spheres of life, it necessitates each of us, all people around the world, to have the minimum, the basic skills of utilizing or using these gadgets, which in this concept, in this paper of ours, we are referring to as digital literacy. So this paper highlights on how the digital literacy can foster lifelong learning. We should not forget that lifelong learning is one of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is one of the components of SDG 4, which talks about quality education and lifelong learning as a whole. However, besides that, we should also be aware that this lifelong learning helps us to achieve or attain not only that SDG 4, but even some other sustainable development goals. So it is a key concept. And some of those goals that was noted by the UN 2015, that a lifelong learning is so important. And some of the other goals that it brings about is SDG 3, SDG 4, sorry, SDG 5, and others. Now, the problem is that we are seeing the need for this digital literacy. However, it is noted that people have low digital literacy skills. And this is evidenced in the national ICT policy that was made in 2022 by the Ministry of ICT and the National Guidance of Uganda, where they noted that about 2.9%, can you imagine, only 2.9% of the household's expenditure is attributed to, or it is reserved for technological equipment acquisition, only 2%, 2.9%. So it brings doubt in us, like, is it that people are not they are not in the know of how valuable these digital literacy skills are? Besides, still in the same policy, they noted that 3.8% of the people in the rural settings of Uganda have computers. And in the urban, it was only 8.9%. So this study will be guided by two questions. What is the impact of digital literacy on lifelong learning? And what is the role of the libraries in fostering this lifelong learning? So we should know that this study is purely literature-based, where we based on secondary data to come up with these findings, and we made a narrative review. So this data came from Emerald, ERIC, Google Scholar, and so on and so forth. So what we found out on digital literacy impact on lifelong learning, these are just the key findings, that digital literacy is an essential skill that helps you acquire a diverse understanding of very many sectors of life. And we also noted that several studies have emphasized the relevance of this digital literacy for learning. These studies have been cited already here, some of them. And similarly, another study also argued that digital literacy provides critical thinking. And this is something that is always talked about as a key driver for learning, the critical thinking. So if it brings about critical thinking and problem solving, then there is no doubt about it fostering learning. So this other study also emphasized that digital literacy can also help people handle the computerized tasks effectively, hence learning. What we should note about these studies that were reviewed is that they are leaving a gap. They are not drawing a lot of attention on the concept, on the context of libraries. And yet, everyone here, I believe, is aware and knows that libraries are so important in fostering learning. So the attention is not given to that, and this study comes in to try to cover up that gap. Besides that, little attention is also given on having a comprehensive review of literature. The studies that you have all seen on the screen here are empirical based. So there is that also that this study has come in to try to handle. So on the role of libraries, they are regarded as the unwavering champions of lifelong learning by Stanziola 2011. Besides, these libraries can also help in bringing up sessions, call them seminars and what have you, that can help people acquire the skills. These libraries also provide internet services, which we believe someone can learn through the internet. They also have some space, which helps people to come together and share ideas. So the libraries also avail us with a wide range of resources, the books, the journals, and so on. So in the discussion, whereas we try to run out of time, since this study was based on 2 research questions. So the first talks about the first question, and that is on the impact of digital literacy on lifelong learning. And the findings that we came across show that really digital literacy has a big role that it plays in fostering lifelong learning. And our findings are similar to the findings of those people that we have seen on the screen and so many others. So on the role of libraries, we really noted, we found out through the literature review that these libraries really have key roles that they play in fostering lifelong learning. And our findings are similar to most of the people that we have seen. So conclusively, members, digital literacy fosters lifelong learning in a way that it helps people fetch the information and helps people attend some online courses. It helps then on the part of roles of libraries, they offer a wide range of resources and internet services. We recommend the following: that libraries should ensure that the clients attain the minimum required skills of digital literacy. Then they should also invest more in these programs of digital literacy. The staff should also be given we call them staff development programs. Then the libraries should expand on their resources. That can be through Taylor and Francis, EBSCOhost, Emerald, and so on and so forth. And also ensure the collaborations. This can be through CUUL, through ULIA, and we shall have lifelong learning. So we recommend other researchers to come forward and at least research on the same concepts in an empirical way, and also have these concepts done in some other contexts like higher educational institutions and so on and so forth. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to thank you for keeping time so far, the 2 presenters. Our 3rd presenter, we have Miss Agnes Navada and Mr. Wilson Adrico. Are you here? Please come up for your presentation. Previously, I didn't introduce Mr. Luja because he has been introduced before, so I didn't have to repeat. Ms. Navada holds a master's degree, that is a Master of Science in Information Science. She has research interests focused on information literacy, library statistics, and electronic resources. She has co-authored this paper with Mr. Wilson Adrico. They are both from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And Mr. Adrico has a Master of Science in Information Systems. He's a senior librarian at MAST, and his research interests focus on ICT application in libraries, institutional repositories, electronic resources, systematic reviews, and research data management. Please join me to welcome the presenters.
Thank you, Dr. Agnes, for that introduction. This study, first of all, is work that has been done mainly by Madam Agnes. It's part of her master's work. We just picked some aspects of her master's work to fit in this theme. But in the actual paper, there are actually more other people who are involved, including her master's supervisor, Professor Ruth Naulmaga is also part of the team. So her study fits well in our theme of the conference. When you look at the themes, the theme and sub-themes, you'll find it catches about 11 or so aspects of the SDGs. So it's important that you pay attention, and Agnes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Okay, I would like to first highlight some mistakes that were put in the book. And then as Mr. Drico said, I also want to recognize Professor Naulmaga. He is my key mentor in this study. So the error that I'm seeing in the book, you had printed information needs for women fishmongers at Mayolo landing site. But it's hard really to transform information problems, because information need, it is a problem. So we found that it's to change, to transform information access for those people at Mayolo landing site. So the introduction is very clear. It is talking about location, importance, economic role, challenges for these people they face in accessing and using the information. Then we have information poverty, we have cultural barriers and need for intervention. If I talk of location, Mayolo landing site is located on Lake George, Kitagwenda district, Western Uganda. It is one of the districts that they've been established of recent. I'm sure most people may not be knowing that place, but it's good since I've brought it on the board. You visit that place and you see the economic activities around that area. The sector or the economic activity on that place is the most one is fishing, mainly fishing. Then challenges which these people face, it's about how to access information, and again, where they get this information from and how to use the information they get. Then the information poverty, it is as a result of where these people stay and their category, plus the business they are doing. Then culture, as you are aware that people, they have some limitations on some activities. Like in Uganda, it's rare to find a woman fishing, but we thank God that this government has embraced the women, or it has supported women to come up and be on the board to live those cultural norms, where you can find ladies or women in a lake swimming and fishing, doing fishing activities. So for the now, the problem statement of the study, you can see the economic benefit. Sorry. Doubt this thing has not gone in order because I've reached problem statement before some other slides, but we can go the way they've organized it. Landing sites, descent of, sorry, I don't know. Mayor landing site is a vital women's livelihoods, but they lack access to reliable information. These are people who are doing a business, but with no access to information that helps them or that could help them to success in their business. Then the economic benefit, it is that these people, they play a big role to support their families and to the country economy, and it is supported by WCMC. Then barriers, it is inadequate access to reliable information. However much these people, they are struggling to do the business, but they have this problem of accessing reliable information. And again, reliance on informal sources and inadequate information services or sources, they find when they are excavate poverty and vulnerability, supported by those two authors. Then here we find that it is necessary to really intervene by government, by non-government organization, so that they can come and support these women with relevant information, access information to provide and sustain their business and overall economic condition. Then the purpose of why we carried this study, or why this study, is that to enhance, women fishmongers' business opportunities through understanding their business information needs. The objective, therefore, whereby to establish and understand the information context of women fishmongers. The second objective is to identify sources of information used by women fishmongers at Mayor landing site. The third objective is to identify the challenges experienced by women fishmongers in accessing and using that information they get for their business, to propose strategies for women fishmongers to access needed information as the last objective. Then the justification of the study, it is, and we are all aware that without information, I don't know why, one cannot have knowledge unless one gets information. So meaning that information is very, very important in any business. It is an indispensable resource in business performance, as it is supported by Ojo and other scholars. Studies reveal that women in informal sector, including fisheries, rely on family, friends, relatives, colleagues that lead to depend on word of mouth and hearsay while seeking for information to conduct their business. There is a need to support and promote or encourage women folk in this sector with this right source of information, so as to boost supply of fish and improve the economic welfare of their families. Therefore, this study is set to assess women fishmongers' information needs, identify sources of information used by those people, the challenges they experience, and then propose strategies for women fishmongers to access the needed information at Mayor landing site. I'm repeating these objectives because they're the ones guiding for this study. Methodology, it is talking about study area. Sorry, you will maybe give me more time because these slides are, there is a way how they are taking my time of going back to put them in order. So now you can see we have put the study area, the design, the approach, data collection, the sampling method, and analysis. So the study area, as I had mentioned it earlier, it is clear. And then the design we used in this study is a descriptive design. Why we used descriptive design, we wanted to get in-depth information or data from those people. Then the approach, we used qualitative approach, where one can interact with a participant to get what you want from the respondents. Data correction.
Excuse me, Agnes.
Yes, please.
I would like to request you please move to the findings and then give us also the recommendations.
Findings, we found that these people, they need information about capital. They need information. You can see how I'm disturbed with these slides. They need information about markets, where to sell their products. As I've said, they also need capital to make their business grow or to expand their business. Again, they need information about skills and advice on how they can conduct their business. They also need transport network and trust from fellow fishmongers. They need, then for the information, most of their sources, they get information from informal sources, such as family, friends, fellow fishmongers, relatives, and saving groups, which they form from themselves. Then challenges identified, we found the information they get, it is untrustworthy information. Then the information is not true, deception, misinformation. And these are because they result because of low literacy, limited access to technology, social cultural barriers, and other gender challenges like fish for sex, sexual harassment, and extended workload. This business is not an easy one because it's because we didn't have time. It is an interesting topic where you find a person, she buys fish, fresh fish, and when the fish is not bought, she has to be there up to midnight trying to smoke fish. Strategies there to identify and recognize trustworthy sources of information. Those are the people whom someone should identify. You don't just get information from anyone because you may find some of those people, they may be your enemy and they give information that may kill your business. Then again, use experience through observation. You can visit some areas and then you learn how that business is done instead of getting information that is going to put you in a loss. Then discussion, it was guided by these objectives under information needs, whereby, my God.
Agnes, please conclude.
Sorry?
Please conclude.
The conclusion, I can conclude by saying women fishmongers are poor with minimal education, support network, and again, they operate within the informal sector and are crucial to the local economy, but they face significant barriers due to inadequate information access. Current reliance on informal information sources limits their business efficiency and growth. The study emphasizes the need to target for intervention. Then recommendation, they are under information platform, develop targeted accessible information, It's the last slide, whereby these people should access information dissemination channels that will help them to grow in their business. They should also find training programs where they can learn business management, fish processing, and digital literacy, community outreach. We need these fish extension workers to go there and help these people on how they can do their business. Area of study, there are only 2 lines. Let me conclude them by investigating the information seeking behavior of women fishmongers to better design information strategies, explore information needs of other rural small business holders for broader intervention strategies. This study supports 2 development.
Excuse me, Agnes, please. Your time is up. We are running short of time. I think you will give more details during the question and answer session. Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for Agnes. Amidst all the technical glitches, she has been able to present her research findings. Thank you, Agnes. We have now the last presenter in this session, and the person will be looking at impact of information literacy program on the information seeking behavior of undergraduate students, and that is Miss Flavia Nagemi. Flavia, please come and present your paper. Miss Flavia Nagemi holds a master's degree in information science. She has got 10 years of working experience as a librarian at Kampala University. She is currently working at Clark International University in Uganda as a university librarian. She is passionate about library services, inclusive library services, and information literacy. Flavia, you're welcome. And please take 10 minutes so that we can have time for questions and answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Sorry. Good evening. As the Chair has introduced me, my name is Flavia Nagemi, University Librarian at Clark International University. As we can all see, So my topic was the impact of information literacy programs on the information seeking behavior of undergraduate students at Clark International University. So this research was done as part of a survey. Of course, when you're working in a library, you need to assess what you're doing in the library. So this was a survey to find out what the impact of the information literacy programs on the students. So my introduction is there. I'm not going to read the whole introduction due to time. So my problem statement, we see that many academic libraries have realized the need for information literacy programs for students to make full use of resources available. I've cited this author. So, but we find that in spite of all these efforts you put together, students still find some challenges when it comes to mastering the art of information retrieval and use. So this most times leads to a decline in the students' use of libraries, which we don't want. So I also cited this gentleman who observed that the decline in students' use of library and its resources can be attributed to difficulties encountered in accessing library resources and services, including electronic resources, due to poor information literacy skills. So it was against this background that us, as a library department at Clark International University, decided to carry out this survey. So the objectives of this study, I'm not going to read all of them. So I'll just, the highlights, wanted to identify whether we have existing information literacy programs at the university, establish how these programs are implemented, students' perceptions,
challenges, and possible solutions. So next is my research methodology. Like I said, this was a survey, so we used descriptive survey research. Our sample technique, we decided to use purposive sampling. We wanted to get information from the undergraduate students at Clark. Our sample size was 102 undergraduate students and 4 library staff, but I'll be presenting findings from the quantitative findings from the students, because we are still analyzing the information from the interviews. Our data collection tools, we use the Google form questionnaire and interview guide for the students. So I'm going to go straight to my findings. We said our first objectives was to find out how these information literacy programs are implemented. So the options we gave the students was library week. So 26% said this was how these programs were implemented. 33% said during orientation sessions, that's how they felt these programs were implemented. User training had 12%. And then I had 26% who did not know. They were hearing this thing for the first time. 3% said none of the above. For them, they had no idea what was going on. Next, our next objective, we wanted to find the students' perceptions towards these information literacy programs. So perception basically means the students' attitude. So if students have positive attitudes, they'll participate in these IL programs. So the options we gave them was introduction to library services. So 32% had participated in this session. 29% had participated in how to use and access e-resources. 4% had participated in referencing sessions. Another 4% had participated in digital literacy. And then surprisingly, 30% had not participated in any information literacy program. So next, we wanted to find out the impact of these programs on the students' information-seeking behavior. So 32% of our students said they had improved search strategies. 24.5% said other. They didn't tell us these other ways that benefited. 16% told us they had improved referencing skills. 13% told us they had acquired lifelong skills, while 8% said they had better source selection. Lastly, 5% told us they learned how to navigate databases. Okay. So next, we asked them the challenges they faced as they tried to seek for information. So a very large portion, 40% said the internet was too slow for them. 18.2% said they had no information literacy skills. So that was a challenge on our part. 18.2% said they had other challenges, which they did not tell us. 16% said the time was so limited for these information literacy programs, while 7% said they had information overload. You search for something, you get 10,000 hits, you don't know where to start. So we asked the students what the possible solutions to these challenges would be. So 38% asked us for more information literacy sessions. 29% asked us for more training sessions. 19% wanted increased bandwidth, because like I showed in the previous slide, they say the internet was too slow for them. Then 6% say they needed an information literacy policy. So my discussion and conclusion, we see that majority of the students acknowledge that yes, Clark International University had information literacy programs, that was 68%. So most of the students had at least participated in one session Majority had participated in introduction to library services. That was 32%. Then the major impact the programs had on the student was they had improved such strategies. Then the major challenge the students faced was slow internet and limited time, according to that lady there. So then the students requested us for more awareness because, like I said, 30% had never participated in any program. And in conclusion, the library has to work together with faculty and management to increase more time for these information literacy programs. So my conclusion and recommendation, we concluded that more awareness has to be done about information literacy programs. Then there was need for improved internet speeds. Then we also need more time for information literacy programs. Finally, an information literacy program should be developed and implemented to make IL a compulsory course unit. Now, our areas for further research, we wanted to find out how collaboration between library and faculty can enhance student skills. Because earlier on we had this debate about whether librarians are academic staff, administrative staff. So perhaps if there can be a good collaboration, we can find out how this collaboration can enhance student skills. And we also need more research about the contribution of digital literacy to information literacy skills. Finally, challenges facing IL programs in universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our presenters, for this session. Now we are going to have the question and answer session, but I would like to first pose some questions for all of you, the presenters, before I open the discussion to the floor. For Ms. Lydia Ajang, you talked about the librarians, I put it in quotes because you said they do not possess any qualification. So I don't know whether they qualify to be called librarians. So would it be proper for you to refer to them as librarians or library staff? That is the first question. And in your recommendations, you talked about, you gave other recommendations, but you didn't give a recommendation on recruiting professional librarians. So those are two questions for you. We have the second presenter, Mr. Mavanja. You did justice to your paper, but I would like to know, because you said it's a literature review paper, so how will the findings impact digital literacy strategies in libraries? That is one question for you. The third presenter, Ms. Navada. Based on your findings, what areas do you think require further investigation? And then our last presenter, Ms. Flavia Nagemi. How can institutions support librarians in integrating IL into the curriculum? Because that was one of your recommendations, that if there's partnership between the faculty and the librarians, maybe IL could improve. So please answer the questions. Do you want to take them? You can answer. Yes, you're near there.
Thank you so much, Chair. Like before lunch, those are recommendations from one of our speakers for librarians stop being in the kitchen. So I think the moment you stop being in the kitchen, we can be more visible and raise our voices. Then you can try to work together with the management, tell them about the importance of information literacy, make our point strong. Then we can also improve on our information literacy skills so that we can offer ourselves as the tutors for these proposed course units. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I would start with the second question. And yes, we shall consider recommending qualified librarians for these particular institutions. And I would kindly request that you rephrase for me the first question.
You told us that the participants of your study were the librarians, but when you were presenting, you also informed us that these people do not hold qualifications in library and information science. And I was just wondering, can we call them librarians? Do they qualify to be called librarians?
I think it is a yes and a no. Because like you stated earlier, I said they are called librarians because that was our expectation when we went in the field. But when we read on ground, we actually realized we have people who did procurement in these libraries. We have people who did psychology, and it was only one person who had a diploma in library. And we prefer to call them, or we called them caretakers of these institutions. Thank you.
Maybe just to also supplement on this mix-up. I'm serving CUUL as the Eastern Region representative, and we're always out there in the field. You find that you go to the field to an institution, you meet the principal, you ask him or her to point you to the librarian, then they point you to someone whom they refer to as the librarian, school librarian, institutional librarian. But now as you train them in resources and whatever digital skill, digital literacy, and you engage with these people, you find out that they did totally different courses, but they are manning the library. So as the institution, they call them librarians. But now as you engage with them, they don't have the qualifications. And now I think the task is upon us, like the presenters in the morning said, we need a standards body that can help to solve all these mix-ups. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open. We can have, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair of the session. Chair had a concern that since our paper is literature-based, how can our findings really impact on these digital literacy strategies? So her point or concern is two-sided. One, it is touching on the methodological section of our paper. And I want to share this with you that we did a comprehensive review of the literature. That is one. Two is that you will realize that as time is going on, people are now trusting more of the literature-based papers. Sorry, I don't remember the name of the moderator who was here, a gent, a doctor. He said, if you want to be recognized as an expert in certain sections and what have you, or fields, go out for, he mentions on systematic reviews and so on. So this is the trend, as I may call it. So that is one. Then the other issue is that in our recommendations, we hinted on giving in a lot towards the digital literacy programs in terms of budgeting. So there are some recommendations that really touch the digital literacy strategies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The floor is open. Please.
Chair, we haven't answered our question. Yes, but I just want to say briefly that we made a number of recommendations and areas for further study. One of them was, this was a qualitative study, so someone can engage in a quantitative one. We also recommended that another study could be done in, since this is an informal sector, we could pick another informal sector and see if they face the same challenge and whether the sources of information they use are the same or not, so that when we have a pool of those informal sector players, then it can inform policy or even form a legal framework for that sector to be considered as one of the elements for sustainable development. Thank you.
You have answered all the questions, all of you? Okay, so the floor is open and I would request that you brief as you ask your questions. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Very low. Basic digital skill. This is very worrying, particularly for CUUL, but it's also an opportunity for them to work very hard to make sure that their membership do have the necessary skills. Now, I'm trying to ask a question here. Now, these librarians were programmed, I don't know how old they are. Now, I would like to take you to a very simple presentation by a gentleman called Presky. He's an American educationist. He's saying that in today's digital world, we've got two groups of people. We have got the digital natives, those who are born during the digital age. Our young kids, your kid, my kid, who don't need to be instructed. When they buy something, they simply open the box and operate it without any problem. But mom will struggle to get that thing. So anybody who knows that we call them the digital generation. The immigrants are we, all people, who are struggling to learn, to cope up with technology. So finally, what I'm trying to say is that when we are doing this stuff from digital business team, I think we need to be mindful of this learning. Otherwise, we make a wrong assumption that we take on the road. Of course, people will relate to the big program. The assumption is that they don't know anything. Then they still need to learn digital skills. But if we look at cell phone today, cell phone, I can see that every now and then people are referring to their cell phone. They are seeking information. You don't need to teach them. So this is also another area that we need to look into. Thank you very much.
by change. One is different, one is percentage. But when you are presenting, I thought that then you let lower the other equal part. You can't understand. Both the root are thinking of this one, but you are not. Question. I don't know how we can say the question is done if we have then we do not score. Then when you reach on your findings, your findings are like other, like that. What was the end of your science? For example, like that they say, so now it's too time to the big time. You now go in the percentage. This to make it different because the information will put some impact so that she appeal. Then Madame Agnes smart. I thought too broad. Information, and I think somewhere you mentioned that information market and skill, but you are finding information, but you say skill for which can be that information. So it was too broad that I think not
Thank you very much. Can we give chance to the presenters to answer those questions?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, brother, for your concerns. You talked about research objectives. So he's interested in having my study having the research objectives. But this is not compulsory for you, everyone who studied, to have objectives and research questions. So what I can tell you is, with the research questions, they can also play a role for you as you would wish to have the objectives. Then two is, but however, this is subject to the institutional guidelines. That is what I can add on. You'll go to an institution and they will tell you, no, this is we need hypotheses and we don't need your objectives. Then why is concerned about our study it doesn't have statistics and we are talking about people. So I just need to remind my brother that this is a literature-based paper. It is not an empirical-based paper like what other people were presenting. Thank you.
And also to add on about missing objectives, sometimes you need to be keen about maybe the submission guidelines to maybe a journal you're going to present to, a conference, and how they have told you to prepare your work. Thank you.
Just to answer your concern on us relating or referring to other works, yes, when you look at the actual paper, we have indeed referred to other works, but for purposes of this presentation, to really try and cut down on space, that's why you're seeing that as missed on. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to be brief. Professor, you talked about everyone knowing what to do now. They have information, they have funds, and they're using. But one thing that came out clearly that could not have been captured in the presentation is that even those funds that they have, many are failing to use them. They run to, I've never seen a phone that has been customized, say, for example, in Uganda or Nyankole, but people have phones. So what we are saying in this study is that we're not saying they are not accessing information, but we are saying the sources they are using They are informal and they have issues with them. So we were in the bigger work, we are recommending if it were possible, I know it is not going to be an easy thing, if we had phones that are in our local language, or if there was a way of explaining or trying to make people understand what is in the phone in their local language. But we're not saying they don't have information. My brother talked about this topic being so broad. Like I said, this work is actually part of a bigger work. So part of this work is not here. Even somehow there was a mix-up in, we had like 2 versions of presentations. The one we sent earlier is what remained. Then the part that we customized really well to fit here was sort of not put on the project, and we couldn't go back to start. But there was some sort of relationship, although we had to take it the way it was when actually we had another presentation with different wordings and the topic. But we do agree it's really a big topic, and that's why we are recommending more study in that area so that some people or other researchers can tackle that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the presenters and the audience, for asking those pertinent questions. Is there any other question that time? We don't have time. Unfortunately, we don't have time. You can ask the presenters during the break. So I return the mic to the moderator. Thank you very much. Okay, please go ahead.
Other findings. Or when you said major findings, it means you have other findings, which are maybe minor. So it's more scientific to say research findings. That's it. For the only name I can recall is Agnes. So please, when you are writing justification for the study, you don't need to cite anybody. It is there, you are telling the intention of writing the research. What motivated you to write the research? So no need to cite anybody, say according to this, and that. Sorry, these are my comments.
Thank you very much for those comments. I return the mic to the moderator. Thank you very much. Clap for the presenters as they leave. Thank you.
As they resume to take their seat, please let's give them another round of applause. That has brought us to the end of day 1. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all of you for being here up to this particular time. Tomorrow morning, we are going to start exactly on time because we don't have much protocol to follow tomorrow. So those people who have papers to present tomorrow, including the session chairperson, we are going to begin on dot. And so that we shall be in the position to finish on time. Otherwise, other than that, I want to take this opportunity once again to thank you and to wish us safe journey back. Have a restful evening so that we resume and begin tomorrow here exactly on time. Thank you so much for today. Somebody asked what is on time. We have the program according to the program day 2, 8 to 8:30 is arrival and registration. Then from 8:30 to 8:40, we shall have some few announcements. Then the first presentation tomorrow will be from 8:40 to 8 for 15 minutes. That will take us up to 8:55. So we shall begin that presentation exactly at 8:40. Therefore, I request Alice Gita Kutiamukama to be here on time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.